issues regarding violence, community safety. And we will start with Mr. Aaron Thompson from the Gandhi Institute.
I appreciate the invite to speak. Councilmembers Martin, Lupien, and Smith. Thank you. Can folks hear me? Yes. All right. So I am Aaron Thompson. I serve as Executive Director at the Gandhi Institute, MK Gandhi Institute for Nonviolence. We are, for those who don't know, over on South Plymouth Avenue in the Plex neighborhood between Magnolia and Flint Street. And I like to describe the work that we do. My shorthand for it is increasing the peace. And we think often and quite a bit about how we relate to each other in our communities. And the quality of our relationships, how we're viewing each other, how we're viewing each of our roles as community members plays into the health, strength, sense of connection or lack thereof that we have with each other. And so a lot of our work at the Institute focuses on interpersonal, kind of small scale relations and helping our community members cultivate skills to be able to navigate conflict, resolve difference, question things, narratives that are running through our minds that tell us that we're other or different from one another. And so we're operating at a certain scale, kind of a granular scale. Council of the city, municipality is thinking at larger scale, thinking about systems. And I think that part of why we aren't further along than we are right now is because of our ineffectiveness at combining the both of these approaches and staying in a meaningful conversation with one another. You know, one important distinction in how I describe what we do with what is on the agenda is, so there's language about working to reduce violence. And no doubt, we want that. But what we really want to do is to change the conditions that give rise to violence and create holistic, sustainable systems and relations that reduce the violence in a long-term sort of way. So what I'm thinking about and the way I try and envision our work is affirmative as opposed to reactive and holistic instead of kind of whack-a-mole putting out fires, right? There are a few specific areas that I'm aware will be the focus, and I'm happy to kind of go into them now or honestly, I think y'all might want to have some questions that would maybe kind of speak to some of the specifics. So, however you'd like to proceed with this.
You can keep going for sure, because this is very enlightening, and I'm appreciating the holistic and affirmative approach. It's not generally how we approach issues as a community. It feels very reactive, so I'm definitely interested in hearing more.
Heard, okay. So there are a few items that I was given to ponder and think about, and I'll just start kind of going through this list. One of the questions is, how can the city of Rochester effectively support the work of grassroots organizations addressing violence against youth? First, I want to acknowledge that there are a lot of organizations putting in work on a daily basis. A lot of very committed, purposeful people with integrity working to resolve this issue of violence. I think what is hampering some of our efforts is our organization, collective organization, our inter-organizational organization. And there's a role that I see the city and its resources playing in terms of, in some cases, offering up administrative support. You know, there's this SCORE organization that helps kind of get small entrepreneurs up and running, providing them with critical input. I'd love to see the city invest some resources in not taking over, but providing back office and infrastructure to very small grassroots organizations that are doing specialized work that really no one else can do, but the other aspects of maintaining a sustainable organization is maybe a bit much at the time. I think also there is, so there's a centralized database, having the city provide a centralized database, linking details about different organizations and kind of the lanes that they're running in, and make that updatable by the organization so that their needs can be identified, so that the ways that they're looking to collaborate with other organizations doing work can be updated over time. The closest thing that I saw to what I'm describing is the Rochester Peace Collective, which you do have on the city site, but it's not comprehensive. There's a lot of organizations listed on this one that may be initial cut. There are no live links on there. So centralizing that information, recognizing organizations that are doing effective work and could stand to have their work amplified. So certainly direct funding of some organizations would be a prudent use of the city's resources. I'll return to that briefly later. And then one thing that goes to kind of the state of mind that we're in as we're trying to transition from current state of affairs to this better future that we're envisioning. The news is a parade of doom, gloom, and despair. It really does a number on our resilience as a community, our sense of hope, and those things translate into how many of us show up at public gatherings, the enthusiasm and the vigor with which we engage in our community uplift work. So I would love to see the city use its media platform and capabilities to broadcast evidence, not pie in the sky stories and such, but evidence of some of the good that's taking place. And maybe drawing on some of the work that the organizations working in the space that you're aware are doing on a regular basis, making that widely available, tapping into our local news sources, getting some of these stories that would generate a sense of hope, possibility, and excitement, because we're going to need a groundswell of people to really turn the tide. There's a question asked, what fiscal investments should the city prioritize to spread the practice of nonviolence among community residents? I mentioned this briefly earlier. The city can support this work by investing in directly and sustainably. So that means, as I see it, multi-year funding, access to city-owned spaces, removing bureaucratic barriers for organizations to do their best work, and prioritizing in these funding decisions organizations that are working collaboratively, that are working harmoniously, that have a collective impact perspective and are leveraging that. I think that, you know, tying dollars to our ability to come together and work shoulder to shoulder will make a massive difference. So so many of these organizations are operating on shoestring budgets at this time. Fund mentorship, especially near peer tutoring. So if the focus is on youth, I love the idea, and we try models at the Institute is bringing young people into community with those who are old enough for them to learn from and look up to, but not past a certain point, so where they're still relatable. And the young folks still coming into their own can see an example of what's possible. So I can see, this might take some working with local colleges and such, having them develop work study programs that might involve service work that entails mentoring.
I have a question about mentoring.
Yeah, for sure.
In the school that I work at, we sometimes have older kids work with the younger kids because it's actually helpful for the older kids to feel a sense of purpose and that they have mastery over, a concept that builds their self-esteem. And is there, in addition to maybe college students looking to get, community credit, is there, do you see a way where we would be able to take kids that maybe are at risk and pair them with younger kids?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a beautiful idea. And that would instill in them a sense of purpose,
Right.
And that's an extraordinary idea.
Do you know anything in the community? I see it done in schools, but any organization in the community that is doing work like that?
I am aware of some, not specifically drawing from the pool of kids who are at risk per se.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question. I'd love to follow up and look into that.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah, and hopefully, if anyone's watching at home, they can let us know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, I appreciate the question. Yeah, so one other thing that I was thinking is, identifying within the communities all across Rochester, folks with an inclination toward doing de-escalation work, and funding local training for them in all sectors of the city. And I'm thinking about paying these residents to undergo training in 3 basic areas: in nonviolent communication, mindfulness, and conflict resolution, which would provide a wonderful basic tool set that could then be paid forward and taught to their neighbors, and would allow for a lot of the resolution of a lot of low-level conflict before it gets to the point where the authorities are involved in such. I know that a couple of organizations that these two works with, Partners in Restorative Initiatives, Center for Dispute Settlement, one or both of them are looking to do just this, to really start to train up community conflict de-escalators, especially among communities of color, people of color. And the city putting some support behind that, helping that scale, I think would be powerful, impactful.
Just to add to the public record on this, I know Dayton, Ohio has city mediators that are actually employed by the city, and it's more like a responder.
Okay.
There's, I don't know, I'm a district council person, so I get these maybe more than you guys do, but someone is like, my neighbor's throwing their cigarette butts on my lawn. It can actually escalate to violence, and we've seen that. And so, being able to have responders to go out that actually know how to mediate conflict. It sounds like it could provide benefit to the community.
Most definitely, that is the thought there. How am I on time?
You have to leave in 5 minutes,
Okay.
and Councilmember Smith at some point would like to ask the questions.
All right. Thank you. There, So there was a question about the place for restorative justice. Is that something that you want me to get into, or
That would be incredible, yes.
So, restorative justice. This is it's a system of criminal justice, not exclusively, but especially criminal justice that prioritizes the repair of harm that's caused by criminal or otherwise harmful behavior. And as opposed to just focusing on the defender or the offender, it focuses on the victim and prioritizes. Essentially, it involves bringing together victims, offenders, and community members who then collectively decide what happens in response to the harm that was done. And it's in stark contrast to the punitive system that we have as a default right now that focuses on punishing the offender. Oftentimes, the victims in this process feel almost invisible. I'm a strong advocate of restorative justice. I went through a restorative process myself, so I speak from experience about the impact of victims of crime being able to engage the people who performed it and hear about the context in which the action took place, be able to express to the offender how their lives were impacted, and have a place at the table in deciding how this gets remedied. I want to just locate a couple of notes that I took down to be able to share specifically. The question asked, what's the role for restorative justice and healing for victims of violence? And so restorative justice provides a space for the victims to voice their experiences. They can ask questions. Victims often find the opportunity to communicate with the offenders, empowering and healing. They basically have the opportunity to play an active role in determining how amends can be made. That usually can take the form of either financial restitution, community service, sometimes even just a personal apology. And it takes on different forms. You know, there's victim offender mediation, family group conferencing, restorative circles. It's now woven into the criminal justice system. And by involving community members in the justice process, there's a collective sense of responsibility for addressing crime and promoting healing. In my case, you know, the young man who burglarized my apartment, he was present in the circle, his immediate family, my family, and our neighbors were. And at the end of it, you know, there was more cohesion among neighbors. There was less likelihood of something like this happening because we now had formed a relationship with one another. And there was real healing. You know, I had a 6-year-old son who was terrorized before the restorative circle, kind of had this monster image in his head about the person who committed the crime. You can substitute in any number of other crimes. This was a burglary in this case, but you know, being able to sit and sit across the circle and look into a person's eyes and hear the circumstance that drove them to the crime and be able to work with them in figuring out how you're going to make it right makes all the difference in the world. It has an impact on the recidivism rate of the offender and the sense of closure and satisfaction for victims is it's like night and day. Not all circumstances make sense for restorative justice, so some of the more intense physical crimes, murder and such, could run the risk of re-traumatizing victims. But this is something that I think warrants really thoughtful weaving into the current system that we have. If our aim is indeed to create more connected, resilient communities. I wonder if you have any questions about that.
Thank you. I want to see Councilmember Smith.
Hi, thank you for being here and sharing your knowledge. I don't have a particular question about that, but I do want to go back to you mentioning holistic and comprehensive solutions. I really like that idea. And then you moved on to talk about investment. And I believe that investment is not just about money, but about energy, commitment, time, and initiative. And because of the impact that violence has on the health of our communities, if we think of this from a public health perspective, prevention and intervention, what would it look like to have all of those within the community who do prevention services, and then those who do intervention services form some type of collaboration where they sit together, talk about what they're doing, and then brainstorm ways to make it better, right? So if we look at it from that perspective and strong collaborations, what do you believe would be the role of the Gandhi Institute, and what would be the role of the city?
So convenings of different types of work that we specialize in at the Gandhi Institute. I think that in the early days of such an arrangement, we could serve as the hub for it, as a meeting place for the leads of these organizations to come together in a depressurized environment, facilitated with some care and eye toward inclusion. I like to think that plays actually to the Institute's strengths. Your question was, what role would the city play in that?
Well, before you go on to answer or give me your perspective of what role the city would play, I'm wondering, because many of the organizations who do the same work often compete for resources. And so there's some form, I'm thinking of competition or tensions that keep them or prevent them from collaborating. So does the Gandhi Institute, allow space that will allow them to speak up and lean into those tensions and resolve those conflicts so that they can move forward and work together effectively?
I believe so. We spend, we're intentional about how we approach these conversations, where there's differences of opinion, competing interests, and some of the trick is stepping back a step to the point where we're all on the same page, and then moving forward from a point of agreement. So of all of us, all of these organizations are in the room. What can we agree on that we're all here to do? First and foremost, that everyone has buy-in on. There's ways of essentially kind of navigating what seem to be conflicts and moving out of a scarcity sort of mindset to one where it's complementary. And the way that we facilitate the conversation, I think, would lend itself toward us getting off guard and being willing to share our knowledge out of the sense that something greater is possible if there's complete buy-in. And I like to think skilled in helping to bring about that dynamic. And at the same time, I'm not bent on the institute facilitating or hosting. You know, I think that we would be effective in helping to bring about a sense of collaboration and sharing, whether we're hosting or not. But it's certainly something that I would offer up. You know, things like shared agreements also, that we basically set the table for such a conversation before just jumping into it. And by establishing buy-in from all the parties at each step, there's shared accountability. You know, we've got these guidelines that we're going to adhere to. It makes for fruitful conversation. And then obviously this is not going to be a one-off sort of a gathering. So relationship building happens over time. Yeah, appreciate the question. As far as the city goes, you know, you have listed a roster of organizations who are doing similar work, certainly helping to get the word out to those. There may be, we may need space to operate in a whole different sorts of gatherings, so the city could help us with those sorts of resources. There'd likely be some funding, elements that would also be useful for the city as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And my final question, and we'll be asking everyone who speaks today, what does community safety mean to you, and what does a safe community look like?
Community safety. It looks like residents having a sense of belonging, seeing themselves reflected in their environment, looking out for one another, having the fundamental needs met, and essentially it looks like a King's version of beloved community. Yeah. And, you know, it looks like the community doing for itself. It isn't something that comes down from on high or from the municipality. It looks like community members committed to staying in community, in touch with one another, and doing the work.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Thompson. We appreciate all you do for our community, and we will definitely be following up and share our recommendations with people.
Thank you so much. If I can make one last very short item. For folks who want to kind of continue this conversation and similar ones about how we move from where we are to a safe community, there's a community roundtable on the 19th at the Gandhi Institute, 929 South Plymouth Ave. That's going to be the topic of the conversation. So I hope to see folks there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we have Ms. Toni Nelson from SMEP 585. Thank you for being here. Thanks for all you do for our community. And we'll have you start by sharing a little bit about what you do, ideas around keeping our community safe, and you may ask all questions.
I always do that. So what we do at Public Fiscal, we are in central balance program. We mediate conflict with those who have possibly been shot or the shooters. Our participants are 14 to 26, although if you're a 12, 13-year-old in one play, we don't turn anybody. Young people who are running with certain gangs known for violence, people who are on probation and parole that are out and have been charged with a violent crime. And we basically meet these young people where they are. When you come into our office, it's a no judgment zone. We know you've been involved with guns. Now what can we do to move you forward? What can we do to leave that life behind? How can we remove the barriers that stop you from living a productive lifestyle? Do you have your vital records, birth certificate, social ID, permit, license? If not, we get that for you. We take for everything. You need a job, we have laptops, put down some applications. If you get an interview, we provide interview clothing, we'll get you to the interview if it's not on Zoom. Bus passes, if you need a bus or can take a bus, some of our kids can't take a bus, can't go to the train. Lunches, feed you mentally and feed you physically. It's a lot, but in a nutshell, we're just there. We're there, we provide support. Our young people and their families.
Incredible. And a lot of what you're addressing, it sounds like a very holistic approach where you're intervening before it becomes a really significant crisis and there might not be turning back.
We do our best. Sadly, I've gotten some people after they've been shot, and I was just like, I wish we could have gotten to the situation beforehand. Unfortunately, because we deal with young people, they don't have the critical thinking skills, their brains are not developed, hair trigger tempers, and a lot of it is, well, you disrespected my dead man's. Your dead man's is gone. He wouldn't want you in jail or in the ground. So let's think about how we can handle this situation differently. It takes a lot of talking to, convincing, showing that, listen, I got a video yesterday. I was at home, it was about 8 o'clock at night. I received a video of two young people walking on a headstone of a young man who was murdered about 2 years ago. They kicked over the candle, and it's a situation, you know what I mean? Because that homicide caused a lot of violence in the city. So as we speak, one of my outreach workers is out with a couple people who know the young men, trying to situate it before it blows up. Because I'm sure at this point that video's been shared hundreds and hundreds of times, but we still have to try to head it off. So that's what we do. We put out fires. Put out fires.
Yeah, one of the questions that I had was kind of around root causes. What do you see, if there's a common thread at all, with the kids who are getting involved in violence in their backgrounds?
Honestly, for me, I know a lot of people want to say poverty, but I have some young people who they're not in poverty, their families are not in poverty. Their mothers care. I talk to moms, I text mom, we're in contact, because we're working together. Dad may be a deacon, and I'm like, what are you doing? But it's the friends. It's the group of people you're with. You wanna, make sure you seem like you're allied to them, and it's not always that. These are kids that come from good homes. Their parents care. I know the thing everybody, well, where was their mom at? Where was the dad? Probably at work. I used to work nights. I used to leave on my break to ride by my house to make sure my son was in the house, you know, and have a gang of boys outside. Like, you know, sometimes you have to work to support these kids. You try to raise these young people up the best you can, but at the end of the day, they have free will, they have their own minds, and if their group of friends is doing this, I don't care what you did, they're gonna do this too. Because they don't, first of all, they're not getting punished, not really. And there's no repercussions for it, so that part. It's like, okay, well, I got a car, stole a car, and I'm back home in 3 hours, just go get another car. You know, and I tell my kids when they need a permit, just because you can steal a key doesn't mean you can try to take them practice tests. I don't have time to play with you. You know, I know you guys consider me an expert, but I honestly would say for some of these questions, where's the young people, right? Because we always try to have the answers for them, but we can't speak for them. They should be speaking for themselves. Like, there's a lot of really good kids. We're in the schools 2 days a week. And I know when you go to the schools, a lot of kids want to join my program, but they can't. They don't meet our criteria because they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're not staying in school, they're getting good grades, and they're upset with us. So what we came up with is we have these little goodie bags where we give all, you know, maybe a snuff towel, a water bottle, a squeeze ball, pens and pens. Like, we just give them a bag full of stuff to say, we see you. We acknowledge that you're doing the right thing. Yeah, we can't take you, you know, on the excursions we take the other kids, but we do see you, and you're doing a great job. And I feel like some of those kids should be at these meetings to tell you what they need. I could say secondhand what they tell me, it should come from them. You know, if we're trying to help them, let them tell us what they need and what they want, you know? A lot of them are scared. They're scared. Some of them are carrying guns to protect themselves from other ones that are carrying guns, not because they want to be colonies. You know what I mean? So it just depends on who it is and where they are at that part of their life.
I deeply appreciate that feedback, and I think a lot of the time, even in the media, when youth are talked about who are involved in crime and violence, it's done in a very dehumanizing way. And it misses some of the things you're saying, like they don't have some of the critical thinking skills. And in fact, they should be speaking for themselves, and we should be listening to them what they need. So we really appreciate that.
Yeah. I don't have much, like, Mr. what's his name, Ian? What's his name? Aaron, like, he covered everything. It was amazing. Listen, I think one of the questions was about helping victims. My husband was murdered on Bay Street in 1997. Our son was murdered on Child Line in 2014. So I don't do this job for a paycheck. I work with Rock the Peace, the voluntary program at the time. I worked paid. I worked with Rochester, volunteered, you know, going to homicide scenes at 3 in the morning in the pouring rain. I do this because I don't want another mom to walk my shoes. So when I talk to these kids, I'm real with them. I don't sugarcoat anything. I don't have the street cred my outreach workers have. You know, we hire people purposely who've been to prison, who've been in the streets, because they understand these young people, because they were those young people. I don't have that. But they respect me because they know what Miss Tony's been through. They know Miss Tony lost her son. You know what I mean? So that's why they love Miss Tony, because I'm keeping real.
And the work you're doing in Rock the Peace and some of these grassroots organizations who really ensure that it's led by directly impacted people, how can we as a city support the work you're doing and, you know, you as individuals who survived what you've been through and are serving our community?
Well, you know what, to speak on it wasn't said, but the silos, because a lot of the agencies are pulling from the same pot. Luckily, we're state funded. We don't have federal funding, so we don't have to fight with anybody. We're gonna do our thing no matter what. So I know that everybody was panicking about the guy with the wig cutting funding. We didn't have to worry about that. No, my agency did. My agency is passed on, and they're completely federally funded except for our program. So they were worried, you know, they were scared straight, but fortunately, we're funded by New York State. We are funded by Department of Criminal Justice Services. So I don't compete with anybody, and I'm willing to work with everybody because it's not gonna affect my budget whatsoever. But I know that there is, you know, people do worry that, oh, I don't wanna work with them because if they do better than me, then they'll get the money next time. And that's sad because I'm here to save lives. I've been out there for free, you know what I mean? But then again, I've lost, you know, blood, sweat, and tears in the city of Rochester. And a lot of people are like, why don't you move? Why would I move? Why would I move? My guys are out there for every side. I'm gonna stay here and I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna keep their memories alive, their legacies alive. But it is sad that people have to fight for a pot of money, you know, just to do what they're trying to do.
I have a question about the funding. You know, if it's not coming from the government, federal, state, and local, where do other organizations get their funding? Or is it all government?
I think it's mostly government. Yes, it's government. And the day somebody wakes up and decides, you know, not to say we're never at risk, because depending on who the governor is. Right now, Governor Hochul, she backs us. She believes it's there's 14 sites across New York State, and she fully believes in what we do. You know, who's to say if we get another governor, they get cut our funding. You know what I mean? So it just depends on how somebody feels it.
So the funding is not enough and potentially not reliable.
I would say. Absolutely. What's the perspective?
First, I want to say thank you for all that you do. I work in the same building with you. I see you always on the go, always.
And you plus that eat something there on Saturdays.
It's my smile.
I'm smiling inside. You know, just that rusty deep face they tell us about, so.
So I'm wondering how or what it is that you do to deter them from those old behaviors. Because I would think, when I think about even the Kia boys and the stealing cars, I'm thinking there's gotta be some like electrical component to that. They would be excellent STEM students.
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
Like,
or engineers, how do you get this started?
exactly. And so what are some ways that we could deter and hone in on those skills that they are using to do these negative things?
First of all, they have to be identified. And then, and this is my experience, this is what I've seen that works with me. You have to pour into these kids. A lot of my kids won't do certain things because it's Tony, you'll find out. Or they're even at the office and they tell us, Tony, you know, because the outreach worker may talk to me about something. They don't want me to know. They don't want to disappoint me because I pour into them. I tell them their love. When they walk in, it can be the first time walking in, they're going to get a hug. I don't know when the last time they got a hug. They're going to get a hug and say, hey, how you doing? What's going on with you? And then I'll look at them. What are you on, 32, 34? I'm 34. Here, take this gun. Because you're not going to sit in my office with your pants down. I don't look at your butt. So I'm stern, but with love. You know what I mean? If they come talk to me about anything, they have to know they matter. That I bought into wanting them to succeed. You know, they have to know that they marry somebody, and if something happens, that person's going to be affected. You know what I mean? They're not perfect. They don't right away, like day 2, day 3, week 4. They're not perfect kids, but I see them trying to do their best. They want jobs, you know, and we're out here, we're trying to find jobs. I'm telling them where to apply. We're taking them, whatever we have to do. I have a young man who just started, what is it? It's like construction. He's over at Strong, but 2 days a week he has to train, which is at 6:30 a.m. He does not have transportation. So my outreach worker, who does not have to be until 1, is up at 5 something to get him to train him 2 days a week. They gave him tools. I bought him a tool bag. You know, he wants hand warmers. I have handballs for him. We have lunches at the office. He asked me yesterday, can I take some lunches? Yep. You don't even need to finish it. I wanna make sure you eat. That's one thing you're gonna do. I'll make sure you eat. He said, if you're not worried about your stomach growling, you can concentrate on other stuff.
I was tempted to come over and get one of those boxes.
They really are, but, they have to know that they matter. They don't think they matter. So if they don't care about themselves, why would they care about you? You know what I mean?
Do you think we have in the city of Rochester enough trade program, job skills built?
We need trade programs. We absolutely need trade programs. I have a gentleman, who does, masonry, and he's willing to train them, you know, on the basics and get them OSHA certified and let them work with them. I have a mechanic who we were sending them to basic stuff, brake systems, tire, he'd change the tires, he would do oil changes and batteries. You know, he was, I have to go get my car fixed. I'm like, hey, you ever thought about being a mentor? He's like, absolutely. So it's about what you can find for them, because you never know. So my first 3 young men, it only clicked with one. So he started hanging around outside of the training, you know, and he was offered to be, you know, hey, come in, be my apprentice. Pastor was gonna pay him to do it, you know, so you don't know what's gonna light that bulb. So you just have to put a bunch of different things in front of them. And we do not have enough trade programs. They took those trade classes out of schools and it completely messed us up. Everybody's not ready for college. You know, some people want to work for their hands. I have a exterminator friend I know. I'm like, hey, I would never do it, but would you mind taking on, you know, if I find a kid who doesn't mind bugs and mice? And he's like, absolutely. So you just never know, you know, what may make them say, oh, I don't mind doing this. So I think, did I answer your question? I'm sorry.
No, you did.
Okay.
Because I think that, I mean, you just expressed that these kids have some great talents
Yeah.
that we are also not putting to use effectively. You know, trade programs, some of the trade programs have been taken out of schools. And so what alternatives are we giving them besides, you know, you've done this crime, you need to be locked up,
Right.
and that's it.
Right, and that's it. And so, and luckily for us, all 14 SNUG sites have a music studio. We have a full music studio. I hate it. It's right across from my office. They all want to be rappers. So that's our vibe. That's how we get them in. We get them in the door with that. And then I'm like, well, who ever thought about, you know, writer, producer, like the money's behind the booth. And, you know, so then they start thinking. It's just about, if I can get them in the door, if I get a referral from probation and the kid really doesn't want to be out there, if I can get them in the door, I got them. I got them. Between, you know, Miss Tony loving on them, the team teasing them and making fun of them the minute they walk in the studio, they want to come back.
Last question. So based on your direct experience, what would you say to folks who immediately see and hear about these folks on the news and think stronger laws lock them up?
You know, I'm on those blogs. I try to stay off those blogs sometimes on social media because I go back and forth all day. That's fine if they've committed a crime and you want to lock them up. But what did you give them before that?
Right.
What did they have before that crime? You know, what are we doing? The question you asked him about community, we don't have it anymore. Neighbors don't talk to each other. Nobody wants to, you know, be a neighborly person and there's an elderly person next door, make sure their grass is cut or the snow is shoveled or pick up the trash on the street. My team, every year we do clean sweep, every year. You're gonna be in the community because we're of the community. And then after the major clean sweep, we do 2 or 3 more. Because we're in these neighborhoods, we see it, it's filthy. So you're gonna ride down Clinton, you're gonna ride down Child Line, you're gonna ride it, you see us. We're out here because we can't just turn a blind eye. There's no community. When I was growing up, I was a latchkey kid. you know, go straight home, watch TV until my mom came home. But I lost my key a lot. I lost my key. So the neighbors on either side of me, I would go to their house and sit and wait for my mom. And I had to sit there. They didn't play that. They knew my mom was a hardworking woman. I sat there, I watched TV, they might have gave me a sandwich or something. And you can't do that. Neighbors don't want, they don't want to be bothered with you. Who are you? You know, and that's the sad part. We don't know each other anymore. And that's why little Johnny, he go terrorize the street, because everybody's scared of little Johnny mama too. Because if you go say something, she gonna punch you out about her kid. Knowing her kid is out here, you know, sometimes doing things, or can't stop it, you know. It's just, we lost community. But we have to pour more into them, because why are they out here doing this? I know some of it's for fun. I get it. If that's funny, you know, I don't want my car crashed up. I mean, I'll wait 2 beats before I go through a green light. And it's not the kids, it's the adults blowing through these red lights. That's the part about it. But if we're not giving them something to look forward to, something to do, something to learn, and then we are all up in arms when you're bored and you're out there doing dumb stuff like jumping on somebody's headstone, you know, is it them or is it us? Because we're supposed to make it better for the ones coming behind us. Right?
I think that is, you know, exactly what we're hearing, because we have a role to play. And, you know, there are children with not fully formed brains, and the onus is on us to figure out what it is that they're not getting.
Yeah.
There were a couple questions I wanted to ask. Well, maybe clarify. So I think what I'm hearing is lack of purpose, lack of belonging, lack of love. Would you say that those 3 things are pretty present in the kids that you work with?
Not always lack of love.
Okay.
They get, I feel like they get love, some of them. But definitely lack of purpose, lack of belonging, lack of focus. You know, they don't know what they want to do. I had one of my guys come in 2 weeks ago. He's trying to get into college. But he expressed wanting to be a firefighter. The test is coming up, right? I used to want to be a firefighter. My mom said no. Back when I was growing up, my mom said no, it's no. But I said, okay, all right. I know 3 firefighters. My friend just made lieutenant over at Clinton. I called him. 2 days later, we were at the Clinton section. He's got a whole tour. The computers, the books, the bunks, the trucks, the uniform, everything, right? They sat and talked to him. They were very nice to him. 2 days after that, I went and got him to test the books, 2 books. And he came in the next week and showed me how he was doing the practice tests and his grades. And I'm like, I'm proud of you. I said, I'm so proud of you. Keep going, stay focused. You want to hear that. It matters to them. You know what I mean? Those were some expensive books. He could have tossed those books aside and kept playing the PS5, but he's working on it, you know? So if you express to me something you want to do, I'm going to figure out how to make it happen. I'm going to figure it out, or I'm going to call somebody who can figure it out for me. But that one was an easy one because I have a friend at the fire station.
Sounds like an example of meeting them where they're at.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other,
And we're moving boundaries,
yes,
you know?
100%. My next thought is how the civil service system sometimes fails our kids.
Yeah.
And, you know, people that are from the city. You mentioned consequences. So I think we know with, you know, any mom knows that kids need some consequences if they do something that's not okay. I think it's maybe the consequence, it has to be the right consequence. And my question is, you know, okay, they committed a crime, you lock them up. Does that help?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, we don't rehabilitate. What do they get once they're in jail? You know, you have young people, so the younger ones are at industry, which is, I guess, kind of like prison or across the street at the detention center. But let's say they're 18, which is still not formed. You know, you're still a kid. Because I say if there's an 18-year-old who's really like 16, you know, and you put them in prison with these older, hardened criminals. All you're really doing is teaching them to learn the other stuff they don't know. To me, you know, they're learning more crime, or they're getting beat up or abused. And then if they do come out, when they do come out, oh, now they're pissed off. They're smarter in the way of being a criminal, or they're angry because they got beat up all the time or abused in some way or another. Man, what have we created? Because at some point they're getting out. You know what I mean? So what have we done?
So what consequence would you recommend?
I just feel like, you know, make them work. Make them get up and get out and work. Like, we volunteer for Clean Sweep. Why are you not out here cleaning up Rochester? Well, you were out there tearing up everything, crashing in the cars, maybe stealing stuff. Make them do something to appreciate it.
Yeah.
Maybe when you're in that car, you don't throw the paper out. You know what I mean? If every weekend for a year, you have to walk around with a picker and a bucket and clean, you might change your perspective on, you know, I don't want to do that again.
It sounds a little bit like what Mr. Thompson was talking about with restorative justice, where the consequences related to the incident, and that there's some repair. And it sounds like, at least, you know, in the sense of community-wide, you know, they did something to terrorize the community, and they do something to repair the community. And I know this is difficult work, especially with, you know, when you're talking about rival gang members, to actually do the in-person restorative work. But is that an avenue that would be beneficial?
It's always beneficial to restore, to fix it.
Maybe is it likely to work?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes, because there's some of them who you can get through to. You can get through to them. They don't really want to always be doing this, but they just can't figure a way out. You got into it, you don't know how to get out of it, so you just keep going along, get along, and they need somebody to say, hey, silly, what are you doing? Is this really what you want to be doing? Like, you have to, again, meet them, or you have to be real with them. I'm like, well, what is this? Do you think your mother birthed you for you to be this? This is not why your mother nurtured you in her body for 9 months, went through labor, you know, and as a mom, I can speak to that, you know. And I let them know, your family wants more for you, and we want more for you. So what do you want for yourself? And that opens up the conversation. They might not conversate right then, but I planted a seed. And that's the whole thing, is you have to plant the seeds. And they grow and not, but you have to plant it. You know, so you just have to wait and see.
One more question. A lot of the really, I think, pretty toxic rhetoric around the kids is calling and dehumanizing things like monsters, but the idea that is who they are and they will never change. And what I'd like to know is, what is the capacity for behavior change?
They can change. First of all, they're young enough to not be stuck in their ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just takes the village. It takes them knowing, you know, first of all, we feel like, oh, they know they're doing wrong. All their friends are doing it. They don't really, because you know what went on with home? Well, they get insurance, they got insurance. Wait a minute, sir. They may have a $500 deductible and not have that. So now you've taken a vehicle from someone who needs to go to work, they have to get their kid. They don't think about this. The kid has to go to daycare, this is their own transportation. Insurance may or may not cover it, they may get dropped from theirs. They don't understand that part. They just feel like, well, they got insurance, they'll be made whole again, and they may not. But these kids don't know that. So until you have the conversation, and I'm gonna be very, very blatantly honest, I have a character permit. So I told one of them, what if you walk up on me and try to carjack me? And beat my 380? Because I don't want to be a victim again. They don't think about that part either. You know, the repercussions of it. They don't think that's the whole part. They don't think past, oh, this is what I'm gonna do. You know, we got one of these babies stuck under a car and died. They don't think about that. When you're swerving and somebody's hanging under the car, they never think about somebody may hit them, they may tip over. It doesn't translate for them. You know, the conversations have to be there. They have to be. Because for somebody to just say, oh, they got insurance. These kids don't even know how much we pay for car insurance already without an accident. You know what I mean? And to just say, oh, they'll be okay. No, they won't. Some of these people have been waiting for months and months and months for parts for their car. So now what are they doing? Because I think a rental was only a month or something. You're creating a hardship for a family that didn't do anything. But they don't realize that until you tell them. You know, sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. I'm not gonna lie. Some of them don't care, but some of them do. And then you always say, well, what if that was your mom? What if that was your mom? What if that was your sister that happened to? What if somebody did that to Miss Tony? You know what I mean? Put it in a perspective where it's personal for them. Because they just think this is a grand theft auto game right now. You don't realize this is your life. You know?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Tony, the way you speak about our youth, it just comes from such a deep place of love and patience and just knowing like people deserve second chances and do have the ability to change. And I think having you and folks like you working with youth is life-saving, transformative. I'm just so grateful. And our final question is, what does community safety mean to you, and what does a safe community look like to you?
Safe community looks like my past. I'm gonna be honest. I live in 1.611 surrounding 19. I used to leave in the morning and not come back to the street lights. My mom didn't know where I was, but I was safe. I was okay. My daughter grew up in the same house. I wouldn't let her walk to the corner store. I refused. You want some first, let's go along there. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be that way. We should be able to spend time in our communities and feel safe. I don't feel safe. I'm gonna be honest with you, gun or not. You know what I mean? I have that gun. It's like Jesus. I have it. Hopefully I won't need it. You know what I mean? But a case. But I don't really walk anywhere, which is not cool. I have a community garden on the corner of First and Child. I go up there at 5 in the morning. I don't want to bother. Everybody needs to stop and talk. Oh, I was gonna. No, you weren't, because you would have did it. Pick up pick up the trash. If you're gonna pick it up, you're gonna wait to see me. I often look at I'm envious of the Park Ave area because Thurston has eateries, Child has eateries, Genesee Street has eateries. We don't have any patio tables and chairs outside where we can just sit and enjoy people walking by, enjoy the weather and have our meal. You know, and it's like, why not? Why can't we have that in our area? We should be able to have that. Safe communities to me means, again, people acting like neighbors, because I'm that lady on the street. I'm a 911 lady, okay? I don't care. You can call me what you wanna, snitch, whatever. I'm gonna have peace where I lay my head. If I see you doing it, I'm telling, hey, yep, peace out, I don't do it. I'm telling you. And so what? Because I've been there since I was 6 years old. I'm past 50, I won't say how much past, but I've been in my home since I was 6 years old. That is my neighborhood. And you will not rip and run up and down my street tearing up stuff. Whether the police come out or not, I made the call. If I see something going on that's not right, I'm making the call. That's why I don't jump on the, I hate the police bandwagon, because I'm the first one to call 911. Because who are we gonna call? You know what I mean? If not them, who? My experience, I'll go into this just a little bit. My experience with the police has not been a bad one. When my husband was murdered, they were wonderful. When my son was murdered, the investigators came to court just to meet me because they knew my son was innocent and everything. So I haven't had bad experiences with the police. Now I know there's bad apples in every bunch. What I think would create safer neighborhoods is where walking beat patrols. Put them back in the neighborhoods, out of the car, get out of the car. When I see them walking, I do love them. Hey, how you doing? Thank you. But we need more. Because you see more walking than you will riding by a car. You see a lot more, I know I guess we're gonna have a shortage. Maybe make it popular again to be an officer. maybe don't, I don't know their system. But I think if you want better communities, you need neighbors, you need officers in those neighborhoods so people can feel safe and know that, they can sit on your porch and not be harassed, not be bothered, not be robbed.
And on that point, the city is launching an action team program where it would be community responders, like civilians, doing some of the low-level responses. Do you think community responders walking the beat might make people feel a similar sense of safety? What are your thoughts about it?
I think it would. I mean, you mean like a pack tech, quote unquote, where you kind of notice who they are because they have on something. And I think yes. And I'll tell you why. Because when we walk down the street and we wear all this orange, they're like, some of them are like, what do you guys do? And the ones that know what we do are like, thank you so much. Because they want to know somebody cares. They want to know they matter. So we make sure, for instance, our target areas are 14621, 14619. For our grant, that's where we have to be. There's been a lot of violence online. We've been over a lot of anger because the residents in Lyle, they don't know we have a target area. They don't know that we have to focus our attention here. All they know is, why are they never here? Why are they never walking down our street? Why are they not looking out for us? So I try to make sure my team is where the violence is, just to make people feel better and more comfortable. Because we gotta be neighbors with everybody. If we want to be a community, we gotta be a community.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Tony. As always, you're incredible, and just the love you have for people is so inspiring. So we definitely will be following up.
This is the rock. I'm not going nowhere till I leave. We're good.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for having me.
So up next, we have, I saw Ms. Thea Sebastian join on Zoom.
Be submitting our
Thank you. So we will have Cassandra Bocanegra from the New York Integration Coalition. Thank you so much for joining us. So please tell us a bit about what you do, and we will get some questions about community safety, especially as it relates to our immigrant communities.
So my name is Cassandra Bocanegra. I am the Senior Manager of Organizing and Strategy for the Finger Lakes region with the New York Immigration Coalition. We work on advocacy and policy changes at the state, local, and federal level when it pertains to immigrant communities, whether that's refugees, asylum seekers, and undocumented folks, as well as New Yorkers as well. So when we're doing the advocacy that we do, we're fighting for all New Yorkers with the explicit intention of ensuring that our immigrant communities are also included in the work that we're doing. Personally, I've lived in Rochester since 1999 when my family immigrated here, and I've been doing immigration advocacy since I was 14 years old, so for the past 16 years.
Thank you. So I will open it up, because I've been taking the lead with questions. I have a few. So recently we saw what happened with RPD assisting ICE with arresting and detaining an immigrant family. Following that, we've seen a lot of communities stand up, show up, calling for different policies, calling for accountability. Can you talk about what that means for immigrant communities when on TV or within the community there are discussions and evidence of us breaking our sanctuary city policy, and also how do we work as a city to rebuild that trust with those communities?
Well, I think one of the important things to keep in mind is how misleading a sanctuary policy can be. It's a wonderful name, sanctuary policy. It gives this idea of protection within a certain area, of its ability to live freely,
this utopian idea that you can exist without fear. And what it really does is it does say that the city itself will not invest in the cruelty that ICE pertains to, or that ICE commits, that they won't do collusion, but that doesn't keep immigration enforcement agencies out of the city. So regardless of whether or not we have a sanctuary policy, immigration enforcement agencies can be wherever they want. The state unfortunately cannot dictate what federal agencies do, but we can dictate what our state agencies do, state and local agencies do. So when you are already marginalized because of your status and you're already othered by what you can and can't do, seeing agencies that are meant to protect or meant to serve being used to criminalize you or to further advance a cruel agenda does not bring a ton of peace to your life, or to the life of your children. Rochester has long been a refugee resettlement city. Refugees are also at risk of the collusion that exists between local and state agencies and federal immigration agencies. Because they're not basing it on your status, they're basing it on your skin tone. And that's, I think, what we can consistently see. You can't tell who is and who isn't an immigrant just at first glance. But you can tell who is a person of color. And there are plenty of white immigrants within the city of Rochester and within New York. But they're not being targeted in the same ways as our communities of color. So when you are seeing agencies, not just police agencies, we've heard instances of counselors, of people that work at the DMV, at hospitals, mental health professionals, and their staff who have called immigration and have provided information to immigration. Because in their mind, they're doing the right thing. Even though at the end of the day, you don't know if I'm undocumented or not. You don't know if I'm an asylum seeker. You don't know what my process is. You don't know if I'm a refugee. You see that I have a different last name and that I have an accent to my voice, but you don't see my status. And I think that is the embedded fear that causes. When we consistently see the collusion, that is fear that is embedded not only in the person who's directly impacted, but in the family and the community around them.
And undocumented people, immigrant people, just like any of us, can be victims and are victims of crime. What does this do, I guess, like regarding being able to call 911 for help or call other agencies for help, or even go to the hospital or feel comfortable going to school? Can you talk about those impacts and how they generally affect community and individual safety?
Yeah, people don't want to call. Because we have had, and this, I'm using anecdotes from across the state at this point, we have heard of people who were in domestic violence situations who did not want to call 911, who did not want to make a report because there was as many times as they had heard that the police could help, they had also heard that the police could turn you over to immigration. So it was a 50-50. We have heard of people who were victims of violence in the workplace and whose employers threatened to call the police on them in order to involve immigration. That's not gonna bring safety or peace to anyone. And I can actually give a few statistics. A 2017 study from the center, I'll get you the actual name, but a 2017 study did show that places that did not have, places that have a New York for all type policy have a lower crime rate of an average of 1.1% compared to places that don't have a New York for all type policy. So one of the places that does have a New York for all type policy that's a more local area is Rochester. They have the Immigrant Protection Act, the IPA. States like California, New Jersey, and Washington all have New York for all type policies and the bills as well that have gone through. And they've shown that the crime rate goes down, the unemployment rate goes down, and that the average household median goes up by, I believe, $4,323. And I can get all of these statistics over to you guys so that you can have them as well.
Yes, that would be really helpful.
Thank you, Cassandra, for all the work that you do. In terms of what a sanctuary might look like, what would be different?
I think there needs to be, in my ideal world, if we had a sanctuary policy, it would look like, not just within the city of Rochester, but across the whole state, because we do have a lot of piecemeal solutions right now that cause a lot of fear of like, if I go through the city of Rochester, but I actually live in Brockport, which towns can I go through, which towns can't I go through? Or if I live in Livingston County, but all the resources that I need are in Syracuse, where do I know that the police are gonna not target me? So I think for me, it would be something that was statewide or nationwide that clearly indicated that our local and state agencies did not participate in the federal agencies, regardless of what the situation was. We have separate systems. Our local, for example, RP, they don't do civil matters, and immigration is a civil court matter. We go through it's a civil court. And we know this because people don't have the right to an attorney when they're going through immigration proceedings in the same way that they would if it was a criminal court. So for me, it would be a clear distinction between the two. And if someone were to commit a crime, that crime would be prosecuted in the way that it would for anyone else. If there was an immigration issue attached to it afterwards, that would be a separate situation, and we wouldn't have our state leaders like our governor and the mayor of New York City calling for people to be deported at the first assumption of a crime being committed. Because that doesn't help anyone. It would be clear separation of these agencies so that they can do the work that they're supposed to do, so that they can support the community in the way that they're supposed to support the community, and not participating in the cruelty that exists. Just another thing, like immigration enforcement agencies are some of the highest paid agencies within the US. Our local resources have no reason to be used for that agenda. We have enough issues that need addressing and that need support without resources being diverted to advance a cool agenda.
You talked about New York for All. Can you give a synopsis of what that bill would do?
Yeah, so New York for All is a state law at the New York State level, New York for All, that would prohibit the sharing of information between local and state agencies and federal immigration agencies. So there's currently nothing on the books that says that any state agency has to provide information to immigration, and there's nothing that says that they can't. So there's what we see as an informal sharing of information between local and state agencies and federal immigration agencies that often results in deportation and family separation and detention for communities involved. A clear example of this around Monroe County and around Rochester is if somebody gets pulled over because of a minor or whatever type of traffic infraction, the police forces will sometimes say that they're going to call an interpreter, and they call immigration. Or people hand over their license, and then 2 hours later when they get home, immigration's knocking on their door. So that's a clear fear. And I'm going to speak about my own personal experience. Growing up in a mixed status family, there were times when my parents were pulled over because the headlight was out. And I remember having panic attacks in the passenger seat. There was a time when my mom, being pregnant with my younger sibling, hit a patch of ice and spun out on 590 on our way back home. And I remember crying and hyperventilating and not being able to breathe. And the officer that showed up thought it was because of the accident. No, it was because I didn't know if that officer was going to create a deportation for my mom or if my mom was gonna be there. And I remember the week after that incident happening, if my mom said that she was gonna be home at 5 and it was 5:01 and she wasn't home, I was panicking. Because there was nothing that could tell me whether or not she was actually gonna be home or if somebody stopped her because they had her license plate, because she had given her license, because maybe somebody saw that she was a little bit browner than everyone else, and that caused her to be pulled over. And that's the fear that exists, not just for me, but for many people who are part of a mixed status family and children who have to go through that. And Rochester has a lot of children who are children of immigrants.
Thank you for sharing your personal story. I think it really does highlight the impact that it has on our youth and our children. And in terms of, Councilmember Martin asked about, whether people felt comfortable calling the police, but do you have information on school attendance and how knowing that ICE is in our community and targeting school children?
Yeah, we've seen, and we've had reports from different school districts, both within Monroe County and in the greater Finger Lakes region, that have let us know that children have attendance of Latino and Hispanic and Black and brown children has decreased significantly since January 20th. There's been a clear fear in the community of children, for children, and of children. Parents have been keeping kids home. Some parents have not gone to work because we know what our rights are within our homes, and we know what we can do within our homes. But our employers don't always know their rights. Schools don't always know what they can and can't do. And some of the policies that have come out from different cities and from different areas have made it unclear how protective they are of the children and of our communities. Personally, I think that we need to have to take a stronger stance at all levels of government, and make it clear that we are not participating, make it clear that we are not allowing immigration into our spaces, making it clear that there are certain steps that we are taking as front-facing staff to ensure that our kids, our teachers, our families are protected. And I think that there's also a need for our staff and within schools to be trained on what it means to have children who might have different statuses. There was a report from a school out in one of the rural towns where they pulled a child aside and asked her, I think she was somewhere between the ages of 8 and 10, whether she had somebody to go home to if her parents were deported. And this was done without the parents' consent, without the parents' knowledge, and to an 8-year-old. While the intention was positive, while the intention was wholeheartedly like, we're trying to make sure that you're okay, the execution is abominable. So I think there needs to be a little bit of training, and just understanding how much we can protect and how much power we do have in order to ensure the safety of, like I said, not just the kids, but the wider community as a whole.
Two questions. First, really quick. So what you're saying is that sanctuary city policies do not protect, they just don't participate.
Correct.
Okay. And then one thing that I worry about, like the current federal administration and our society as a whole likes to label, right? And so when we talk about immigrants, which I hate that term, it comes with a very negative connotation to it. So to humanize it, can you talk a little bit about who immigrants are? Are they climate refugees, asylum seekers, political refugees? Can you speak to who immigrants are as people?
They're everyone. They're doctors, they're doctors, their mothers, their fathers, they're people who have escaped political hardships, there are people who are escaping climate hardships, there are people who are escaping economic hardships from their home country, there are people who are escaping gender-based violence and who are seeking to be able to live their truth and be able to live in peace. They're members of the LGBTQ plus community, they're singers, they're dancers, they're poets, they're artists, they're athletes, they're chefs. Anyone, they're everyone. I think that's the connotation that immigrants have is pretty, you're right, it is pretty negative. But before they're immigrants, they're human.
That's right.
And
That's right.
they were part of a community and a society. And I also just want to say, people don't leave everything that they've known because it tickles their fancy. They leave for a reason, and often it's a reason that pushes them and pushes them and pushes them. No one wants to start over from zero in a place where they don't know the language, where they are targeted, where they have to navigate millions of complicated systems from healthcare to figuring out food, just because. You leave your home country because it has turned into the belly of the beast. And there is no other choice.
And final question, as you were speaking, I thought of what Mr. Thompson said about what safe communities look like, and belonging was one of them, being able to look out for each other. Knowing the context we're in, where we have a very hostile federal government, and within the city, there is care for immigrant communities, and a real interest from, I believe, all my council colleagues and the mayor in protecting immigrant communities. What are some material steps we can take to keep immigrant communities locally safe? And what does that look like to you?
Ooh, how much time do I have? Well, first, I think it's really important that everyone is made aware of what their rights are. The New York Immigration Coalition, along with many other organizations in the Rochester area, have been hosting Know Your Rights trainings. It's super important and super relevant, not just to our new American communities, but to everyone. I've said this a few different times in a few different spaces. If somebody is already marginalized and you're telling them, stand up to authority and tell them, I don't want to answer your question. That's terrifying, especially for folks who have come from places where standing up to authority could mean life or death. It is super important that our allies, folks who are American, use their rights as well. And say, I don't want to answer your question. And speak out. You don't have to answer their questions. It's super important that everyone keeps their eyes open. We've seen that immigration enforcement agents they'll be in plain clothes. They won't be in agency-specific vehicles. Oftentimes they'll wear vests that say police on them. It's important that we get educated. Education is power, and knowing what to look out for is super important. Speaking up to your local, speaking up to your representatives, not just at the federal level, but also at the state level. We have the ability to protect or at least add a barrier between ourselves and the federal immigration agencies. So every single one of the Assembly and Senate members that are in Rochester have signed on to support New York for All, which is amazing. But we need them to do more. We need it to be brought up, we need it to be voted on, we need it to be passed. So signing on as a co-sponsor, yay, great. But there's more that can be done. And specifically for you three and the rest of your colleagues at the City Council, level, we need your vocal support for a lot of these acts because our local legislators look to you guys to tell them what it is that the community wants and what the community needs. So I think I've sent out a local elected sign-on letter to a few of you. Please share that with your colleagues. Please make sure that you're signed on and that you are supportive of New York for All and like can support at that level. One of the things that we keep hearing from folks higher up on the food chain or on the political food chain is that there's no support for it at the local level, or that it's not necessary at the local level, or our constituents don't want it, so we can't be vocal about it. So we need to make noise. Everyone needs to make noise. Silence doesn't move anyone. It has never moved anyone. And I think this is the perfect time to be as loud as possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cassandra. I will definitely be following up. I know we have introduced a resolution in support of New York for All based on the advocacy of you and New York Immigration Coalition and several of my and our constituents who are in support of protecting immigrants, our neighbors in the cities. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So now we want to open it up to community members. Is there anyone here?
Tell who has the sign-in.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't know there was a sign.
Amazing. So if you want to sign up, so there are going to be two, so we're still in the public safety section. If you want to sign in to speak around public safety, please do that. And there's also a separate sheet for animal services, which will be following public safety.
How do we sign up for the one for public safety, which is now?
Do you want to come grab this sheet? Thank you. And Natalia will bring them, that's what's now. For the community section, we are granting speakers 2 minutes, just because we are coming close to time for the next public hearing. And we may ask some follow-up questions, but a loose 2 minutes. And anything that you don't fully address here, we will be following up, we'll reach out, and there's also an opportunity to send things in writing if for some reason you want to share additional thoughts or share more things with us. So we will start with Alexandria. And you can introduce yourself with your first and last name.
Yes, hello, my name is Alexandria Maximus. I live on the edge of Rochester out towards Gates. I came to speak vehemently after Cassandra, the American Immigrant Coalition. I wanted to discuss what happened on March 24th and what we should be doing going forward on that issue.
Yes.
So, while I understand that our current circumstances and the federal government overrules local government, I am extremely disappointed to see that our sanctuary city policies that have been in place for 4 years now, I believe, were disregarded by the police, hopefully on accident. And while I know it is no secret to the council members present here, I know that I believe it was you who were at a protest shortly after it happened. I worry that the biggest threat to our public safety right now is a federal government that is looking to weaponize ICE, not just against refugees, not just against migrants, also looking to see how they can use it against U.S. citizens as well. I have a great degree of concern for the people I am in community with here in Rochester, some of whom have come from Egypt fleeing persecution for their transgender status, and have been reliant on Rochester and its reputation as a sanctuary city that the speaker before me pointed out the insufficiency of at this present time.
Thank you so much for sharing your remarks, and I agree largely with you, and it's happening, right? We are seeing people who are citizens be stopped, and we are seeing that trans rights are under attack, regardless of citizenship status. So there is concern around, how these institutions may cause harm to all our neighbors. How do you propose we work as a city to keep our folks safe amidst these very, very real threats happening?
I think the most important step we can take is synthesizing the recommendations of our experts together. This needs to become a matter that's more than teaching people their rights, but also making sure that other organizations and other people, their neighbors, their bosses, mental health professionals, and so on, are also aware of their rights. There is so much throughout history and circumstances similar to this where great things have been done by people who knew that they were not the target and simply talked to an official for long enough to stall them for someone who has done nothing wrong, have protected their neighbors just by taking on time and providing a little bit of friction. I believe educating our populace at large here in Rochester on how we can most effectively assist in sustaining our values of Rochester as a city welcoming of immigrants and refugees is absolutely paramount at this time.
Thank you, Alexandria.
I was just gonna say thank you.
We appreciate your testimony, and we have your contact information, and we may follow up tomorrow morning.
Of course, thank you for the opportunities.
Thank you. Up next, we have Aaron. Aaron, do you want to go again, or was it? No. Katie Thomas. Sean Watson.
I think we all have to decide.
Okay. Oscar Brewer.
Good evening. This is different. Usually I'm ready to speak to council, but like online, right? I believe you three already know my philosophy around public safety, right? We have to start with the community. We're a testimony run. We call them experts today, and I will echo that, experts. That's how they're doing this work every day. Listening to the young lady from SNUD 585 really hit me hard. Being born in this city in 1979, being in fear myself to walk my 8-year-old daughter on the street, but I still do it. Why? Because this is my community. This is my city. I stand with you, Stanley Martin, and I'm calling that these cops that violated our sanctuary status in Rochester be fired. This is not the Rochester I was born in. I remember going to elementary school at Nathaniel Rochester, 33 school, being told that America is a melting pot. My daughter is Asian and Black. My children, my sons are Black and Italian and Trinidad. This federal government is talking about even birthright citizenships. to look at a city that I was born in 1979 that I love, no matter what's going on in the city. And the reason we have such an issue of public safety is not that there's not enough cops. Trust me, I'm on Hudson Avenue and Durham. There's too many damn cops driving down the street doing nothing. We got a state helicopter in the air for 5 hours a day. That doesn't make me feel safer. You know, and that's what today. Reinvest into our school district. I remember going to school. We had JTPA. We had a Teens on Patrol program. Where I could go to Edison Tech in the summertime and learn a trade, auto mechanics, and got a paycheck every Friday for that. We have to reinvest into our students. Counselor Lupien used to speak about that all the time. As a father of a daughter in a district, see, this is what people that want to get out and say they're doing things for the community are lacking. They're not reinvesting into our children. To sit here and watch a young lady unalive herself at a school in my city is a dead cry for our children need help. So I mean that's just my views on how can we have public safety. Am I against public safety? No. Do I say support more police? Definitely not. Do I support police in schools? No. We have to reach out to our community and reach our children where they're at. They're crying for our help. Are we going to respond? Locking them up is not going to prove nothing. Trust me, I did it. Going to jail isn't going to teach them nothing during that tonight. You're going to teach them how to break our laws, how to carry a gun, how to get away with certain things. Instead of sitting down with them, talking to them, you know what happened to the Big Brothers, Big Sister program we had? We had a great mentor program there. Is that time?
Yeah,
Let's go.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Oscar. We appreciate your testimony.
I got you.
And the main thing that I'm hearing is reaching out to community.
Definitely, yeah.
Involving our children and meeting them where they are.
Yep.
Thank you. Up next we have Shyla Thompson. Lori Thomas. Thomas. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, good evening. So,
Would you mind speaking to the mic that way? They can hear on YouTube. Thank you.
I thought I was much louder than this one. What do we do? There are so many things that we can do. But it all begins with our children. If we don't support our children and give them an excellent education, not a proper one, but an excellent education that concentrates on their self-esteem, their self-pride, their self-confidence. And we can't do that as long as we're classifying them as disabled. We could have a school district who's structured on the gifts and talents of our children. When we do that, we begin to build community. How do we build a city? Well, you can't have more people renting spaces than owning spaces. And I don't care how you want to look at it, people who do not own property do not take care of it like people who do. We need more home ownership, and we need to have people take more care of their environment. Now, when we see that we're not taking care of the people in our environment, our children are not blind, our children are not stupid. They see that we're not taking care of the people in our environment, maybe family members, maybe believe that they know. Doesn't matter, we're not taking care of them. There's homeless in the street. There are children who are homeless. We're not taking care of our human beings. We're not taking care of our animals. And we're certainly not taking care of our children. We just hired a superintendent for almost $300,000 a year who wasn't successful in Poughkeepsie, a district that's 4 times smaller than Rochester. What are we saying? We're not saying that we care. We're saying that, oh well. Now, the new superintendent said It's the community's problem. We didn't raise the children right in the community. So what do we have to say to that? Our parents need to read to our children, but we didn't teach our parents to read. What do we say to that? So you sit there and you say, what can we do to make Rochester better? What can we do? We can make Rochester great. There are so many things that Rochester has to offer, yet we're concentrating on the wrong things. There are ways to do it. We just heard a young lady tell us what she's doing. That should be done at the governmental level. Excuse me. Our children need to learn responsibility. Matthew Dower, the horse's friend. Send them there. Don't send them to jail where they can learn more criminal activity. Okay? We used to have Edison. My mother used to get her car fixed at Edison. The children used to fix it. All she had to do was pay for parts. Okay? What happened? What happened to the investment in our children? You're wondering what's wrong with the city? There it is.
Your point is well taken that we need to invest in our youth. We need to let them know that we care about them. And we need a community that is healthy enough to support them.
There we go. That's you. Okay? You've been elected to have our voice spread throughout the community. Okay? And what we want is supposed to be what we have. And it's not, because we're not being supported. The community's not being supported. Our children are not being supported. That's up to you guys. But you know what? We keep up, yeah. Okay, so we all have to take responsibility in this. Okay, it's not like he said, she said, your fault. Stop with the nonsense of blame and start coming together and helping our children first, our community next. And if it's not done in that prioritized way, it won't get done. Point blank.
Thank you.
Yes, I do have a question.
Can I say it standing up or answer?
Yeah, sure. Because I do believe the last part of what you said. That as elected officials, we should be accountable. And I think that it is important for elected officials to move intentionally politically. And so my question to you is, what would, for example, if the majority has said that their focus is on neighborhood associations, I'm wondering what is coming out of those neighborhood associations, and yeah, what are the priorities? Are you a part of a neighborhood association, and if so, what are your priorities?
If I'm not enough for everyone to hear, I really don't need to.
It helps people listening in.
You guys can hear me,
online.
can't you?
It's being watched.
YouTube, it's on YouTube as well.
Thank you.
So, if I'm a part of any neighborhood organization, I'm a part of two. One started 4 years ago, Beechwood Berries, which is when I just got fed up with the things happening in my neighborhood. Okay. Then the next organization, Neighbors Unite, 585, we don't know about that too. We're trying to bring the voice of the community together to address this entity, to say, guess what? We are your boss. For 36 years, I paid myself because 18 I collected garbage for the city and 18 I taught in the district. So I paid myself, and because I was self-employed, I held myself to an extremely high standard. I don't see that. I don't see that in city workers. I have called so many times on just things like scattered debris. What's the code enforcement? You've got people who are living around garbage. They're going to spread more garbage. So if I see garbage all over the street, I'm going to clean out my car and get the garbage in the street. Okay? So I call 311. Now I call neighborhood service center, now I call Karen, St. Albert, now I have to call the commissioner because things just aren't getting done in a timely fashion. And I know how timely it can be done because I worked in the department for 18 years. So we have got to come together and say, look, I know, you know, we all know, let's stop the nonsense and get it done. I don't think that you don't want Rochester to be successful. I know you want Rochester to be successful. That's not the point. The point is we're not working together towards that success. And we all want the same thing. Let's stop fighting each other over it. Okay? There's more than one piece of meat on the grill. All right? We can feed everybody, starting with our children. Thank you.
I do want to make something visible in terms of the separation of powers in government. The executive in the government, in the city government, who is the boss of the entire administration, is the mayor. And this body is a legislative body, which has the capacity to legislate. However, most of the legislation that we pass is sent to us from the mayor. It is my belief that council should legislate and use the power that we've been given in the charter as co-equal to the mayor. It's a difficult position to be in because the administration is employed by the mayor. And it sets a difficult dynamic. Within council, you need a majority to pass legislation. Part of what we are doing here today is to try to use our power to have a hearing, an official hearing, which city council does not do normally unless it's legally required. So this is I think Willie Lightfoot had a hearing before us, but this is an attempt to put pressure on our colleagues to hear your voice, because they're not hearing ours.
I would say this, the mayor is not the head, the taxpayer is. It's up to us to make sure that we assume our role as your boss and just have you do your jobs.
And we appreciate
I
that.
don't want anyone to do their job. I just want everyone to do their job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas, thank you. So we're running a little late and going into time allocated for the animal services hearing, but we have just two more speakers in the public safety section, and then we will transition into animal services. So we have Marcus Williams, followed by Daniel Backleas. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Williams.
Short peek problems. Anyway, so thank you guys for this hearing this evening. I've been hearing a lot of conversations from a lot of different people. Largely what people are saying is not representative of the whole community. So it seems that it is left upon me to speak for the vast majority of the community, which is we need these criminals locked up. People are here saying, oh no, don't lock the criminals up. Well, then where are the repercussions? If there are no repercussions, then people are going to continue the same actions. And you know what that leads to? That leads to organized crime. Why does it lead to organized crime? Because if nobody is being punished, if there are no repercussions, that means anybody can do whatever they want. That means that somebody will step up to become the leader of all of these individual and independent criminal organizations that we are starting to see pop their heads up. It far surpassed regular crime quite some time ago. It's become criminal terrorism, frankly. People are scared to go outside of their houses. They're scared to go to work. We've seen how many schools, you work at a school, Mary, how many teachers do you know have had their windows busted out of their vehicles? So this is something that is becoming more and more commonplace. We're seeing home invasions. We're seeing people getting shot and stabbed on the street by mistake. And these are by people that are known by the police, that the police can't hold because of the state laws. I've come here multiple times and I've requested very humbly and directly that you guys advocate to the state assembly and to the state senate that they amend bill reform and raise the age laws because they are making us less safe in our communities. I live in a high crime community. Most of the people in here do not. And that is a very serious rebuke for a lot of the voices that you are getting. You're getting people that are on one side and one side. That is not representative of the whole of our city, or even the vast majority of the people. People are so fed up. You guys read the comments online. The mayor did the thing with the dog stuff, and he turned off the comments because he knew he was going to get dragged. Because this is a campaign year. Here we are in a public safety hearing. I come to almost every single city council meeting talking about public safety, giving different solutions. Almost everybody here has not talked about actual public safety. They've talked about preventative measures of preventing people from getting into crime and stuff like that. I want to talk about the actual public safety, people being able to go outside and not be threatened by criminals. And I saw this myself, getting the old lady beat up and mugged at the bus stop. Okay, who's doing anything about that? And this is an issue that we have. One of your powers is advocacy. You guys like to get on the TV, you like to get online, you like to toot your own horn, that's fine, everybody does it, right? That's a normal thing, we're humans. But if you're going to do that, please, these laws are bad for our community. And I'll say this, and I'll try to tie it all in and tie it all up. People are here talking about a number and a multitude of things. They're talking about immigration and how the people would have immigration issues, and we should focus on that. We've got people talking about, the school and education and stuff like that. What about the victims? Isn't this victim week? Who's talking about the victims? Where are the victims getting served? I'm gonna tell you this very brief story. Some years ago, right where she was saying that on Child that her son was killed. I had a business open at the same time her son got killed over there. Okay, I had a business right there. And I had a business there. And I had a very serious incident with some people there, okay? Which turned into a big situation because they wanted some stuff that wasn't theirs. And I wasn't about to let nobody have nothing that wasn't theirs, okay? Because that's very serious and that's not what's about to happen. So anyway, long story short, these people got arrested. And at the end of the day, I got issued, the state said that they owed me X amount of money. This was years ago. Where's my money? Where's my money? Look at everybody's cars that got busted out and cars that have gotten totaled and stolen. The city sued the Hyundai, and where's my money? You understand what I'm saying? The city has one job, which is to provide basic public safety. All of that other stuff is extra. Our government is supposed to provide basic public safety, which means that people should be able to go out of their house and not be under general threat of violence. We deserve safety, and I implore you, advocate to the state level publicly. They need to be shamed, they need to be dragged, and I know people are scared because they're powerful and they're like, oh, well, I might not get my job back, or they might cut my funding for my side program that employs me. Okay, but the fact is you're supposed to represent us, my community, many communities. I'm a Southwest native, okay? We're struggling, our people are hurting because of crime, because of violence, and nobody's addressing our issues. I do a lot of work in the Northeast in 14621, struggling, hurting, the crime, the drugs, and none of these criminals are getting punished. They keep getting back out, and they keep harming more families and making more victims. We deserve better.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, everyone deserves to feel safe and be safe. And I know Councilmember Smith had a question.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for showing up, and everything that you said, these are very serious issues. And one thing that I struggle with balancing is what you stated, repercussion and punishment. So I have a question based on that balance. So given what we know about mass incarceration, given what we know about the degree of racism that exists within the criminal justice system, given what we know that the majority of the city of Rochester is Black, given what we know that Rochester is the 4th poorest in the nation. My question to you is, how do we solve this issue and still maintain a community filled with Black men?
That sounds like the assumption there is that Black people are the ones that are committing all the crime. And to that note, I'd say that if that is the assumption, and that you also tied in poverty with that as well, I'd say as somebody that came up through poverty, through more rats and roaches and stuff like that than I would ever care to talk about again, you know, I'd say that that's not an excuse. Poverty is not an excuse for crime. There are many cities in this country, in this state even, that have much more poverty per capita than our city and have much lower crime.
My question is, what do we do when we begin to see a decline in our Black men? It's not about Black men committing the majority of the crimes. It is about Black men being accused and having harsher punishments than their white counterparts. And so how do we balance all of these complexities in the midst of deep-rooted racism, poverty, an unjust criminal justice system? How do we balance all of those pieces? It is not an easy task.
Thank you for the question. So I disagree with some of your premises there, but I'll say this. So you're talking about addressing the issues inside the legal and justice system, which I am a very strong proponent of. As you guys know, I regularly advocate to the state level about comprehensive prison reform. Okay, I believe very firmly that the prison system is not serving our community. They call them rehabilitation centers or they call them correctional facilities. They do not. And I advocate on both of those notes with solutions continually. You can check out my website, you can check out my Facebook, my YouTube, whatever. I'm on there talking about those issues and the solutions to be able to make these people productive when they come out. We have a serious problem right now where the governor is trying to let out a whole bunch of people from jail. And where are they going to go? They're not going to go next door to Mary. They're coming next door to me. That's a problem for us. That's because they're not being given any of the things that they need to succeed. So yes, that is a very serious problem. I was talking about a separate thing, but I am on board with that, and I do have solutions for that, and I have given those before.
Amazing.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Williams. I know you have a lot of ideas, but please feel free to email them to us, and we'll also send a follow-up email, so you have our contact. And yeah, thank you so much for showing up and consistently showing up.
And one last thing in closing. You guys, you got to go back from what you did when you advocated to defund the police, because that has made it so very difficult for the police to actually hire. There's been a lot of conversation, and even I try to encourage people from my community to go out and join the police, but nobody wants to join the police because they see how you guys drag them. And that was an extreme detriment. That's why we lost a lot of them, and that's why they're not coming back. We need public safety. We need officers. There was the lovely lady was talking about walking street beats. I've been talking about that for years. I've got other solutions for that, but we can't have that if we're not supporting our law enforcement.
Thank you. Thank you. And I always think it's important to clarify, the Rochester police budget has consistently increased year after year, so they have not been defunded in the last 20 years. So we will move to the next person, Mr. Daniel Baclius, or Baclius.
You guys did though say that you wanted to
Thank you, Mr.
get
Williams.
rid of the police and abolish
Thank
the
you,
police.
Mr.
That was what you guys said out your mouths. Why are you acting like that didn't happen?
Hello. Sorry. My name is Daniel Backus. Yeah, so I'm here today because my Kia was stolen twice over the course of 2 years. And I also didn't expect to have to do this, but I'm going to have to full-heartedly disagree with what the speaker before me said. I'm a victim, and the local group Snug was a victim. And I think we're both here to talk about a single thing, which is restorative justice. Because restorative justice restores the victim, not just the perpetrator. So in my case, the first time my Kia was stolen, it was recovered as Erie County, and Erie County has a restorative justice program And a mediator reached out to me and was able to schedule a meeting between me, the youth that stole my car, and that youth's mother, with the mediator there. And in that meeting, we worked out a deal where the youth would have to pay me back my $1,000 copay, because that is what people who get their cars are concerned about. Not kids going to jail, they want their money. And I wanted my money. So we were able to work out a deal where he paid me back my $1,000 copay over the course of 6 months. And in return, he didn't receive legal consequences, like probation or jail. The second time it was recovered in Rochester, and nobody reached out for my restorative justice program. I didn't get my copay back. It was a lot financially harder. Yeah, so just in my opinion, from my experience, and also speaking on the experience of another victim of a more serious crime that spoke today, restorative justice is better for the victim, it's better for the perpetrator, and it's better for the community, very demonstrable ways.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and I see Councilmember Lupien has a question.
I was just gonna say, thank you. And a question that I have, which I think is more of a rhetorical question, is how does punishment help the victim?
Yeah, so in the first case, I was livid. I was really mad. I worked really hard for that car. I worked my way out of homelessness a couple years before I purchased that car, and I was really mad. And but yeah, like I said, all I cared about was my money, because that was what was going to directly impact my life. And I told the mediator that. I said, I don't really care whether it goes to jail or not. I just want my copay back. And we met, and I got to meet the kid. I got to meet his mom, and he was just a kid, you know, like, and I thought of myself back when I was like 16 years old. I wasn't the most responsible kid, and I could see myself, if I had to talk at the time, if I had a bad group of friends like I did, I could see myself maybe doing that. And I was like, not as mad anymore, especially because I got my money back. I did over the course of 6 months. I got all $1,000 back in my copay. And yeah, it wouldn't do me any good for him to go to jail, and I also don't think it would do him or the community any good because of the things we talked about, like recidivism, just learning how to get better at criminal activity, and yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll definitely be following up with you. So that's everyone who signed up for the public safety public hearing. We thank everyone who showed up to speak. Our plan is to collect all these responses, including some written testimony, and put out a list of solutions-focused recommendations regarding what's important to our community when it comes to safety and working to keep each other safe. So we will quickly transition into the animal services portion. Sorry we were running behind for those of you who are here for this portion. Just to frame the issue a little bit, for several years in our city, there have been studies regarding animal services with different hopes and goals that we prioritize investing in caring for animals who are voiceless and rely on us and our city to meet their needs and ensure that they're well taken care of and cared for. It's no secret that we have failed as a city to care for animals and provide the care they need, along with failing some of the critical infrastructure and workers who spend their whole lives caring for protecting animals. So our interest today is very solutions-based. We've invited experts to talk about the policies we can implement and key investments we can make to care for animals and those who care for animals. So we will open it up, starting with some experts we have, and then we'll move to the community testimony portion. So thank you all for being here. And our first speaker is Matt Albert, Esquire, an animal rights attorney.
How you doing? Thank you for having me.
Yes, please. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your work with animals, advocating and fighting for animals.
Appreciate it, thank you. I do in fact direct the not-for-profit Animal Sanctuary Against All Odds Animal Alliance. And we take dogs from shelters, Rochester, Orange County, California. And they're dogs that wouldn't have made it out of the shelters otherwise, they weren't gonna make it. So when we get these dogs, we say, what can we do different with us so that they can thrive as opposed to fail as they've done beforehand, whether that's in their homes or out of the streets or in the shelters. So I am solution-based. And moreover, I'm not from here, so I don't know all the politics. I don't know all the players, and I'm not here to throw stones and look at the past when we can look at the future. And certainly, there's a new shelter that I found, and I guess everyone found out was that was unveiled a couple of days ago, and I think it's great. But at the same time, it certainly isn't a solution in and of itself. And in fact, if things don't change systemically, it's just going to be a nicer place for dogs to languish in than where they currently are. So, you build a better stadium doesn't make for better football. It's a bigger Band-Aid, and a Band-Aid's not going to be the answer here, because no matter how big that Band-Aid is, this is an epidemic, and that's what we have to address. And there's never been, and I've been doing rescue 15 years, and I'm sure everyone else has been doing it, a lot of them, the same, and the one refrain, rescue to rescue, that's the same, is that there's never been this many animals with no place to go due to space. So you could create a few more spaces or 72 more spaces, that's not going to fix the issue. It doesn't create new homes. It doesn't fix the broken shelter system. And if the system is broken, you need a new system.
Thank you.
And as long as more animals are just being born into this epidemic where there's too many dogs and not enough homes, we're simply feeding the epidemic. And what can we do to, instead of feed the epidemic, to stifle this epidemic, to choke this epidemic? And it's a pretty simple solution. You ban breeding in the city of Rochester. And how do you do that? It's not that hard. You take, a drop in the bucket of this 2.6 million, you put it towards enforcement. You've got people running around measuring the grass, ready to ticket people for, growing their grass too high or for having their trash cans too close to the curb, too far for the curb. Instead, why don't you, find a couple people that's going to work on tackling this epidemic so that they can comb through these barter sites, these marketplaces, and they could find who's breeding, and we could write up an ordinance, and I could draft it up, and I could have it done by the end of the week. And we basically charge people for breeding. Maybe we grandfather in the people that already have their, their state ag licenses or whatever else, but you prohibit people from breeding. End of story. And I guarantee you punish it by fines and/or jail time. It's an ordinance. You can go to jail on a speeding ticket. You should be able to go to jail for the inhumane act of putting more dogs into a surplus population. It's not just inhumane. It's a public health issue. It's a resource issue. It's stretching the budget, and it's stretching people's patience real thin, as you can already tell. I'll tell you this much. We don't need more pit bulls. And that's coming from someone who has about 10 of them right now in his organization. Love them. We don't need more of them right now. So everyone that thinks they're going to profit off of mating these dogs and putting them in these rape stands and everything else, just to pop out a few puppies that they can sell, they should have an awakening coming. We don't need more Frenchies. We don't need more doodles. We don't need more dogs at this point. And that's coming from someone that, loves dogs more than he loves anything else. But the fact of the matter is we have to address the systemic issue. We have to humanely cut off the pipeline. So that we're not killing animals for space, because animals aren't being born in breeding dens. There's other ways we can go about it. It's not all about enforcement. It should never all be about enforcement. It should be about empowering people, running spay-neuter clinics, giving low-income families the help and the resources that they need so that they can keep animals in their home, sponsoring training seminars. I know me and my team work huge on the training. That's how we will work with these animals that we do. We'd be happy to come out here and put on a show so people could learn proper animal husbandry, proper training techniques, so that instead of calling us and saying, hey, we can't have this dog anymore, you can't be potty trained, you can't walk on a leash the right way, we can teach them how to do it. So we can make this a community-based system that empowers people and empowers animals. And from that standpoint, I'm offering up any of my services for whatever I can do to not just speak before you guys, but to do the work. And maybe if this is all done the right way, there's obviously a lot of people here that are ready to get on board. We can come up with something really progressive, really new, and become a model, an animal care. Instead of being behind the times, maybe we could get ahead of them. Thank you.
Yes, we have a few questions.
Of course.
We have a few questions.
Please.
Hold up. Okay, so the ban on breeding in the city of Rochester that you're proposing, are there other municipalities that have passed this? And do they use, like, what is their enforcement mechanism? Is it fines?
Well, so the state agricultural market laws regulate breeding. However, municipalities could obviously impose their own ordinances. And I could certainly look for case studies and models. I don't know that it's necessarily been embarked upon. I know some people might say, well, it infringes upon people's civil liberties. And my answer to that as a civil rights lawyer is, when your civil liberties are creating, are wreaking havoc on a population, are creating inhumane conditions for animals, then you're not entitled to those civil liberties. So with all that in mind, I could certainly do some more homework, do some research, but this has been my baby, my idea for quite some time, and I know it would work, and it doesn't mean we've got to start throwing people in jail necessarily, but I guarantee you, you make a couple arrests, bring a couple people to court, it'll have a ripple effect. And there won't be the need for enforcement because people will find other ways to go about making money.
And do you currently need a license for breeding?
So you don't, if you are breeding from the same household by law, and it's section 401 of New York State's ag and markets, you could produce up to 1 litter, which is 9 puppies a year from your own household. That's detrimental. For one thing, backyard breeders do more than that because nobody is regulated. That law is in place, nobody regulates it. So with all that in mind, that is currently the situation. But even 9, that's 9 more dogs than we currently need in an overpopulated population as we currently are in.
That's what we do. Do you have any questions? So my final question for you, so we definitely have an issue with the population of animals going into the shelter, right? And you put it so well, expanding the shelter doesn't necessarily address the issue of overpopulation, and animals will still languish in the shelter. So essentially, how do we, what strategies have you seen are effective in moving animals through the shelter more quickly, and also preventing animals from ending up in the shelter in the first place?
Sure. Well, I think some of those novel ideas, such as if the city were to sponsor training seminars, get the word out. I also think if you put it on the city's payroll, but it shouldn't be anything too exorbitant, you create a position for maybe a social media marketer And it's their job. They can come up with all the innovative and creative ways to get these dogs seen, to get these dogs networked. But I think, as I mentioned, a bigger problem right now is there's just not enough homes to put them in. So I think, again, I think it's got to be a holistic approach, enforcement for breeders, and then also funding when it comes to creating programs and you know, where there could be seminars and spay and neuter clinics, but you want to involve the community, and that's a big thing that we're huge upon, is sort of empowering people through the gift of animals. Because once people start realizing they can handle their dog that they currently cannot do, they're not going to want to get rid of their dog, and it's going to give them a much better feeling to keep that dog in their home than it is to surrender that dog to a shelter where it very well may be put down.
Yes, Councilor Fiscal.
Yes, so in terms of the state laws that regulate breeding,
Yes.
is there any way to enforce that? Or how would you do that?
So any agency, I mean, would be entitled, police would be, at least theoretically, they'd certainly be entitled to enforce any state law. So they could. Will they? No. And there's actually a section of ag and markets, I think it's 30, sorry, a little sleep deprived, but it's 351 potentially, where police are mandated to enforce animal cruelty laws. And I could provide that section to whoever's interested. The issue is when people, Good Samaritans, call and say, this dog's being abused, this dog's being hurt or neglected in the backyard or anything else, what police say is, okay, well, call the SPCA. They can't do that. By law, they are derelict in their duties for doing that. And there's lawsuits that can be brought to enforce, to have a judge compel them to perform their legal obligations. The short answer is, while anyone can enforce these laws, nobody does, and it goes unchecked. And that's, again, a big part of the paradigm and a big reason for the situation that we're now in.
And final question. So in Rochester, there have been several instances where someone has called the police for help, and they end up shooting a dog.
Sure.
There are lawsuits against the city regarding it. It's a real issue, right? And it then deters people from calling for help, and so many other things come out as a result. Have you seen strategies to interrupt that cycle from happening?
I have, and I've also, in fact, brought some of those lawsuits against City of Rochester police officers for shooting that dog. It's not just a crime against the dog, oftentimes it's a crime against humanity. In terms of strategies to address those issues, a lot of it could come from some police are shooting dogs simply because they can. Because when they don't see the people in the neighborhoods that they're policing as people, then it's easy for them not to see the dogs as dogs. And that's how they could go home and pet their golden retrievers while shooting pit bulls in the city. I've seen that. But you also have a lack of education, a lack of training, and certainly there are people who train officers in terms of how to recognize dog behavior, how to address potential threats, if you will, in a humane manner without just going to the gun. Mailmen do it all the time. So certainly that would be another good use of funds, I think, is to have some of these individuals who do these trainings, dog behaviorists and so forth, go to these local police stations and teach them how to humanely deal with dogs. If nothing else, it gives them less of an excuse to do so.
That's really helpful. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Albert, and we will definitely be following
I
up.
appreciate it. Thank you for having me again.
So up next, we have Ms. Jessica Phillips, the president of GRASP.
Just to clear everybody's confusion, did get married. My name is Jessica Baglio. So if you see that in places, that's me too. So first I want to say thank you so much for holding this and for inviting me to speak. I am new to the role of president with RASP, but I have been involved with various rescue organizations throughout my adult life, starting at age 18. So not super new to the rescue world. RASP does maintain a positive relationship with several other local rescues who operate in a similar way that we do. We are entirely foster-based, we are entirely run by volunteers, and all of our funding comes from donations from the public. We work tirelessly putting on fundraiser after fundraiser after fundraiser, oftentimes donating a lot of the prizes and general funding for that, money out of our own pockets. Many of us spend money out of our own pockets taking care of our foster animals. I know I'm not the only one who has fosters at home, and probably more than they feel like they can stay sane, taken care of. I personally have 2 medical fosters right now. I'm spending $170 on cat food for one of them because he has a severe medical issue that requires a prescription diet. He came from Grease Animal Control. That is what we primarily, focus on as our priority. Any animals that come into Grease Animal Control that could potentially be adoptable come to RASP, dogs and cats. However, we do help throughout Monroe County and beyond when we can. 2 years ago, I took a cat from Genesee County somewhere, way out in the middle of nowhere, went out there to trap. So we do see how the care of animals in the city by the city of Rochester has a huge ripple effect out into the greater community. And I kind of want to touch on a few of the things that, if we were to address them in the city, could have a huge, huge impact elsewhere. Mr. Albert did kind of talk about one of my bullet points, so that saves me a little bit there, about reducing populations by doing something to control breeding. He has a lot more suggestions for that actual enforcement piece than I do. But what I'd like to really focus on is the startling shortage of veterinary care available in Monroe County. Even as a personal owner of a pet, one that you adopted yourself and are just trying to get routine visits, there could be a month wait list just to get into, just have a routine appointment for a healthy cat that just needs a rabies vaccine. So when you take that kind of demand and now you're adding in all of these extras, all the animals that are out on the street, all the animals that might need a surgery to remove part of their colon so that they don't have to eat this $170 food, or whatever the case is, if we don't even have veterinarians who run our shelters, it doesn't. It's great for the community. That's great, but it doesn't to address the issues at hand. We're gonna have time. Anyways, okay. So finally, thank you again. And I really hope that you consider allocating some time and resources, particularly to the things I mentioned with getting veterinary services up and running for community members. The more community members we have who can stay or neuter their dogs and cats, the fewer unwanted pregnancies, the fewer puppies and kittens that we get calls about that no one can take care of. We are drowning constantly every day in never-ending requests for help with abandoned, abused, neglected, injured, starving, unowned animals in our community, and it kills us inside to have to say, no, we can't help you. This is, for many of us, myself, I think many of the people in this room feel as though we were put on this earth to help animals. And when we have to say, no, I see you have a cat over there with, half of its face ruptured from an infection, we got nothing. We don't even have the resources to trap it and euthanize it. We don't have it, we got it. it pains us. We stay awake at night. So I'm asking that you please help us by, holding meetings like this, talking to us about how to really address some of the problems and moving forward with solutions. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any follow-up questions?
Yeah, so you mentioned, Medicare for low income pet owners, but I didn't hear many solutions. Did you name them? I know you mentioned a free clinic.
Not necessarily free, and I don't know what the solution is. I would love to put my head together with other rescue folks and brainstorm and talk about however many ideas we can come up with and bring them back to you. I unfortunately didn't have quite that much time to prepare, and I think a lot of times we don't have the answer.
And have you shared these solutions or these issues with Dr. Green? I have a real concern. For especially folks living homeless with pets. And I think a free clinic is an amazing idea. And I'm wondering if you've shared it.
I have not, but I would be happy to. They have. I haven't personally.
You've given her many ideas in the past.
So, and I think one of the goals of this is compiling community inputs, especially now with a plan to potentially invest over $2 million in the shelter and animal services. I think it's going to be important that that plan is informed by others who love animals, and it's really a community-led implementation to ensure that we're considering everyone's voices and how we do that. So thank you so much, and we'll definitely be following up.
Okay, I'd be happy to continue the conversation.
So up next, we have Lisa Tidings, a licensed veterinary technician.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Very nervous, but I want to start by thanking council members Mark and Smith and Lupien for organizing this and for inviting me to speak. My name is Lisa Tidings, and I was employed as one of RAS's 2 licensed veterinary technicians for 6 years, resigning this past September. During my time at RAS, I also served as one of the few certified euthanasia technicians, and in the absence of a full-time veterinarian, I was the medical representative in the shelter's animal pathway planning team. I mention this because throughout my entire time at RAS and up to present day, most of the information I hear and see spread across social media in regard to these areas has been false. And I just urge the community to not always assume or believe what you read and hear until you ask one of the people on the inside doing this work every day. When we fail to do this, we are creating a culture of bullying and negativity, and it directly impacts the mental and emotional health of the staff, and it contributes to the burnout that I know they are already experiencing. I know this because I lived it, and I truly believe that the well-being of the staff directly correlates to the well-being of the animals in their care. We need to remember that the enemy is not within the walls of RAS. My experience as an employee under the Evans administration and the Department of DRHS was filled with lies, gaslighting, a complete lack of transparency, and an absence of genuine support through leadership. It's important to remember that RAS has been historically neglected. In 2011, RAS's budget was just over $1.5 million. In 2023, the budget was $2.3 million. When using the CPI inflation calculator, 2023's budget has the same buying power as $1.3 million in the year 2000. So this means that there has been only about a 1% increase in the budget in over 20 years.
But what I believe is crucial to understand is that in the same 20-year period, RES went from a 20% live release rate to a 90% live release rate. So that means that the staff is now caring for 70% more animals, feeding, housing, enrichment, medical care, with almost no increase in budget and no staff positions to support this, not enough staff positions to support this. So let's say on an average day, the shelter houses 80 animals, which we know this number is typically greater. If you look at the ASB's guidelines for the capacity for care, you would see in order to provide proper cleaning, feeding, and enrichment for 80 animals, it would take a total of 37.3 hours. So this means that if RES has 5 staff members designated to complete these tasks, it's a luxury during my time there, it would take each staff member 7.5 hours, basically an entire workday, when in reality, these staff members have until noon, when the shelter opens to the public. And while this should be the sole purpose of an animal care technician, the rest of their day is filled with multiple other roles and responsibilities, ones that could easily become multiple other full-time positions. But one person doing the job of many is a very common theme there. To further exemplify how critically short-staffed RES is, I want to briefly mention that RES currently takes in 3,500 animals a year, with 2 part-time contract per diem vets, 1 licensed veterinary technician, and no veterinary assistants. Lollipop Farm currently takes in 4,500 animals a year. That's only 1,000 more. They have currently 3 full-time veterinarians, 7 licensed veterinary technicians, and 5 veterinary assistants. In preparing for this year's budget, with full knowledge of staff shortage, increase in intakes, and the shelter constantly being at or over capacity, the mayor denied RES's request of a veterinary assistant, an additional ACT, and a clerk. And while 60% of the staff received much-needed raises, bracket increases, they failed to honor the veterinary team. The ACOs and the ACTs received a considerable and very well-deserved bracket increase, while Allison and I were given less than $1 more an hour. I just want to remind the members that the position of an LDT requires a college degree, a state license, and continued education in order to retain that license. And that position is still bracketed lower than positions that don't even require a college degree. When I applied for the position of RES's second LDT back in 2018, it was extremely competitive. There were multiple applicants and I had to go through 3 interviews. When I submitted my resignation in early September, after truly believing and hoping that I would spend the rest of my working life there, they opened the position up for applications within 2 weeks, and that position still sits vacant. A government job as an LDT used to mean you hit the jackpot, and while the field is incredibly short on vets and LDTs now more than ever, the few LDTs I did reach out to opted to stay at their current jobs, with little to no benefits, and some even making less pay. And this brings me to the vacant veterinary position. The salary still needs to be increased, especially with Lollipop also looking to hire. As a veterinary professional, I can tell you that it is going to be incredibly impossible to find a good qualified vet to work as a single veterinarian in a municipal shelter with what the city is currently offering. One of my fears is that the city will hire the first vet that applies for the job. And I can tell you from experience that this can often be worse than having no vet at all. In 2021, in a desperate attempt to fill Dr. Newmark's position after his retirement, the director at the time hired the first and only vet to apply. She was completely unfit and unqualified for the position. Alice and I made multiple reports and pleas for help to both the director and Dr. Green, and we went ignored. I eventually had no choice but to report this vet to Humane, who found her actions worthy of charging her with animal cruelty. And that is why we did not have a vet before the arrival of Dr. Breakris. I want to also mention that when Allison and I were subpoenaed to testify against this vet in court, we reached out to Dr. Green and the city's attorney for guidance, and we were ignored them as well. But I want you all to know that we did go to court. No, we didn't. But the real work that needs to be done after obtaining that qualified veterinarian. It is essential that the commissioner construct a positive and supportive working relationship with both the vet and the director, as opposed to a relationship built upon control, lip service, and deceptive manipulation, as was the case with Dr. Breakris, robbing her of any stability and leading to such a mental and emotional burnout that it forced her to resign, much like myself. Her brilliant ideas for the future and valuable input fell on deaf ears, and her expertise went ignored. I know that her hope is that RES's future veterinarian doesn't experience this kind of blatant disrespect. So why would the mayor now allocate funds to completely renovate RES kennels if he doesn't care? Well, the answer is because he has no choice. In 2023, the Association of Shelter Veterinarians, as I've heard of, the ASV, they released their updated guidelines for standards of care that must be implemented in animals throughout the country, animal shelters throughout the country. Shelters have until December of this year to comply with these new guidelines, and the current kennels fail to meet the requirements. So he is mandated to make these and many other sorely needed renovations throughout the facility. And because the city waited well into 2024 to start taking these guidelines seriously, Mayor Evans and Dr. Green are now feeling the pressure of time. A choice Mayor Evans could have made, he could have taken a tour of the shelter and shaken the hands of the incredible staff and dedicated volunteers who keep the place afloat every day, something that he has yet to do. I believe the bottom line, though, is that nothing is really going to change, not until the people in the positions of mayor and commissioner change. Unfortunately, you cannot make someone have compassion and empathy, just like you cannot make someone stop weaponizing your compassion and using it against you. And I hope that the voters remember this come election time. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much, Ms. Tidings, for your service to our city. To working with animals is something folks do out of love, care, and just this passion to do the right thing and support animals. So I can only imagine how difficult it was for you when you decided to resign. For us in the city, that should be a wake-up call, and we should be addressing some of the issues you're mentioning urgently. I want to open it up to questions from my colleagues.
Yeah, I just wanna, it's incredible to me that you share how short-staffed the shelter is, and recently one of their employees who had been there for a long time had been fired, and not given a reason why. And it seems incredibly irresponsible to decrease staff at a time when we desperately need, it sounds like, more staff. My question is, the $2.5 million, is that what we need? And I know that the shelter itself, the building, isn't the whole picture, but is that amount sufficient, do you think, and with the plan that they have to meet the need?
That, for the entirety of everything that the ASU guidelines is calling for, I don't believe it would be. I think that might be a good question for someone with a little more expertise in what sort of building renovations and actual things need to occur.
Mm-hmm.
I did print out, and I apologize for the small prints, I tried to put it on the sheet. Dr. Breakers and her husband Nick spent hours combing through the city's budget for the last 20 years. And they did come up, and I wanted to just give you the copy of this, of just basically a breakdown of everything over the last 23 years, or well, yeah.
Thank you. When considering the renovations, you know, there's what's bare minimum mandated by the state, and then there's probably what's best practice. What are the things that you know would need, because I know like isolation rooms, things like that, what needs to be included in the plans for the shelter?
So the ASC guidelines are pretty extensive. I do know, as we know, like kennel renovations, the new drainage system. So I don't know if the money that was allocated for the kennel renovations, if that's including the drains as well. I don't know if how much money is really going into, so you need 2 separate isolation units, I believe, but then I believe Allison was telling me that they're actually combining them into one. Like they're supposed to be 2 separate, but I believe they actually said they're only having 1 now to house both cats and dogs, which is just a horrible idea. You take a sick cat and then you up its cortisol with stress from a dog being in there and just asking for disaster. So, but from what the last I heard, they were using only one as opposed to the recommended two. So, but things like that, I don't believe are gonna cost any extra money. But again, the list of things that, and you can find the ASB guidelines anywhere, like again, they're super extensive. There is a kind of a bulletproof point checklist. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm shocked at what they're trying to do now with the building because I wouldn't believe that it would be doable with the building that they have now, but it doesn't really seem like they're going to give much of a choice.
Thank you. So one of the big things I'm concerned about is the health and well-being of the staff and also the volunteers who are dedicating their time and doing a great service to our community. Do you have any strategies or thoughts of what could be done better to ensure that they're kept safe, cared for, and there is retention?
Well, I think one of the big things, obviously, is I think we need to hire more. I think we need to make sure we are paying appropriately and bracketing their positions appropriately. I think that I'd say most of them are at least all putting in overtime, and it would be nice to be, and I know as far as I never worked a 40-hour week. It's always far more than that, and it would be nice to just either not have to do that or not be threatened about having to work overtime, not almost feel like you were in trouble for staying and doing your job correctly. I think a lot too is transparency. Being transparent with them, but then also being transparent with the community about what the shelter and its staff needs. I mean, this community is amazing. If you ask for something, let me tell you, if we asked for water once, I promise you there are enough gallons of water to last for the next 10 years. Like, they will help, they will respond. So I think the shelter needs to be allowed to be, like I said, transparent with that. I think also in protecting the mental health of the staff, I think that something needs to, I know it's hard because you can't go after every social media bad guy, but something needs to be done about a lot of the false information that is put out there. What I can tell you is that really nothing impacted my mental health more than having to do the incredible, difficult work I did every day, and then have to read or hear about someone else who has no idea the runnings of the shelter, how they think I did my job and how they think I can do it better. So I think having some sort of space where there could be someone or representative allowed to go out there and defend the staff and prevent this like villainizing of them. I think that would be a really good way to protect their mental and emotional health as well.
And I had a chance to visit and meet the staff, and I mean, just really, truly incredible, dedicated people, and also the volunteers. Do you have any questions? Councilmember Smith?
Can I mention one thing? Because I know and I think we had asked a couple questions from the amazing previous speakers. I think that, just to throw this out there, Lollipop has obviously this huge renovation that's happening right now. An enormous portion of that is being dedicated towards the community, towards education, and how to support the community with their animals. There has to be a way, how can we establish a relationship with that? How can we somehow jump on board or become a partner with that? I mean, it's a huge opportunity, I think. I think our community is so desperately in need of that. The community outreach is something I was very passionate about while I was there, and that's honestly where I saw my career going. But I think that there's a ton of opportunity there with Lollipop to establish relationships and opportunities that we are just not taking advantage of.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Tidings, and we will definitely follow up. I think Councilmember Smith has.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the pay brackets. What does a vet tech do?
So a licensed vet tech, what I do is we basically do everything outside of performing actual surgeries and making diagnoses. Now vets can leave us what we call standing orders. So in shelter medicine, if we don't have a vet on site, the vet that we have on contract can leave us a standing order. So if dog A presents with this, treat it with this. So legally, shelter LPTs can do that. But pretty much outside of performing the actual surgeries and again, making diagnoses. The LVTs are responsible for everything else. The major thing between being licensed and not being licensed is we are responsible for inducing anesthesia, maintaining anesthesia, and recovering from anesthesia. So literally the lives are in our hands all day long, as well as performing CPR and other emergency care tactics.
And without adequate staffing, it means that instead of focusing on that important job, you end up picking up other tasks to keep the shelter running.
Oh yeah, well, especially without the absence of a vet, just doing, a lot of those major roles, like sitting in, the faculty meetings and supervisor meetings and things that take away from what you could be doing. But yeah, I don't honestly know how Allison is functioning right now, and I know her burnout is extremely real, and I worry about her daily. She's carrying a lot right now, and I give her all the credit in the world for staying there and doing it.
Thank you. And you also, of course, staying for as long as you did and continuing to advocate and fight for him.
Thanks, you.
So we will now open it up to the community speaking portion, and see Councilor Lupien.
Yeah, I do want to apologize. Unfortunately, I have another engagement where I have to leave around 8:30. So when you see me get up and leave, it's not because I don't care about what your testimony is, but unfortunately, the timing did not work out to me.
And this meeting is also being live streamed and recorded, so she'll be able to watch and catch up, and we have all your contact information, so we can follow up. So we will start with Lori Thomas. And based on the volume of speakers signed up, I think we'll have to keep statements to 2 to 3 minutes, just to ensure everyone has a chance to speak.
May I please speak? I have to sign up.
Oh, absolutely. Anyone here can speak. You didn't have to sign a card. But if you could write your name down on the sheet so I can follow.
Thank you.
Good evening again. So we're here for solutions, and I have a solution. Rochester, New York has always been famous, and we will be famous again. For what? Well, we can be the premier veterinary teaching school in the Northeast. We can partner with Cornell. We can partner with Yale, and now has a community resource division. We can partner with Central Park Zoo. We can partner with RIT. We can partner with U of R. We can take that property that's on Hudson Avenue and right where those new apartments were, that great big huge area of land that the city of Rochester owns, and turn that into a premier veterinary school, which will attract people to our city, which will increase our population, which will increase our tax base, which will pay for this. The mounted police could be housed there. The canine units could be housed there. We can house a full staff with 2 full-time veterinarians, because now we're a school, we're teaching people. We can involve our children in the community as volunteers and as junior veterinarians. I had a student of 32 second graders. They loved it when I took them to the zoo. They became junior veterinarians. They loved, this was 32 students who couldn't read, and never the year that they built their zoo, they could all read, and they were all interested in the animals that we studied. This isn't rocket science. There are solutions if we work together. That entire area can be the focus of community service, jobs. It will create jobs. Okay? It will create community. Have any of you ever heard of Critter Fixers from Atlanta, Georgia? Watch the show. It's on Netflix. It's an amazing program that we can invite to Rochester and help us create the same thing here in Rochester. We are a rural community, and we are not a big city, okay? And we have lots of animals here. We have lots of elders here with animals. They don't need to pay them back. They can't afford to pay them back, okay? We can work on a sliding scale. It doesn't have to be free for everyone, but it definitely needs to be free for our seniors, okay? We can teach our children that dogs are pets. They don't know that. Right now, dogs are protection. Okay? But no, they need to be cared for too. And that creates empathy in our children. Okay? That creates a sense of belonging in our community, in our neighborhood. So that great big area that nothing's happening to right now can make Rochester great again if we just invest ourselves. You've got a lot of expertise here in what that area can hold and what that area can do. Let's do it. Okay? We should rival Lollipop Farm, not try to be in competition with them for stray animals. Okay? We can take care of ourselves.
Thank you.
Come on.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. We appreciate you consistently showing up and the solutions you've presented.
Are you going to ask any questions before I stand?
I think we're good. I think we're good. Thank you. Next, we have Maggie Hunt.
Good evening, I'm Maggie Huff. I work for Verona Street Animal Society. That's the nonprofit that helps register animal services. I was hired in 2019, and prior to that, I worked in the same capacity at Lollipop Farm for 14 years. And I was also a consultant for the Humane Society of the United States in their animal shelter division. So I tell you that because I know a little bit about animal shelter. I'm proud of the shelter where I work. I wouldn't work there if I weren't proud of it. And the work that the staff do and that my volunteers do. We generally have 20 volunteers in and out every single day. And that's 160 people a month. Some of them are your constituents and they're here tonight. These people would not come back every day if the shelter were a hellhole that some people want to make you think that it is. And I think you know better. Ms. Barb, you've been over, you've had a tour, you've met our director, and I do invite anybody that would like to see the truth that's on the council to give me a call and I'll give you a tour like I do every single volunteer. Our shelter's results and practices compare well with any shelter you can name, and in particular our hospice in Lollipop Farm, where I used to work, and you can compare our animal results to theirs. We took in over 1,600 stray dogs in 2024. That's more than 4 per day. Every single day, our animal control officers are struggling to find a space for the dogs that they have to bring in. And a couple of people have already talked about the supply and demand concern. Where are these animals coming from? While we do have to take care of them, we are taking excellent care of them. And there should be no doubt about that. My request to you, if you can't do your own fact finding by coming over, try to avoid being manipulated into thinking our shelter is a bad shelter. Because as my former coworker Lisa said, that hurts the staff, that hurts the volunteers, that drives away potential volunteers, that drives away potential adopters. So let's stop bashing this shelter, which is an asset to the city of Rochester. It does an astonishing amount with very small resources. Thank you.
Ms. Hunt, can I ask a quick follow-up question?
Oh, sure.
Very quick. Yes, and again, very grateful for the staff and the volunteers. I think that's a theme we all are aligned with. And even, again, seeing them and how much they care was really impactful for me. What areas do you see with this investment coming in, which is a significant investment? How do you see it best used to support the needs of animals and staff and continue to meet the large variety of needs we're seeing?
The biggest obstacle right now, as a couple people have mentioned, is our inability to get enough vet staff. And that's a countrywide problem. Veterinarians have to spend as much on their education as a medical doctor, because they never make as much. There's a very high suicide rate among veterinarians. And that's something our shelter doesn't know how to fix. So if some magic can be done where we can get a full-time vet and all the other help that Lisa mentioned that is needed, that's gonna go a long way towards helping us. But I also am thrilled that Matt Albert brought up the idea of the overpopulation of animals. Why are we getting more than 4 stray dogs every single day? Because they're getting thrown away. And people may get tired of the dog they have and get a puppy. I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. But I do hear the animal control officers struggling every day. You got to clean kennel and bring in 3 dogs. And that is our mandate as a city shelter. We have to do the animal control. We can't stand at the door and say, no, you can't bring in any more animals. Other shelters, so-called no-kill shelters, can. And they can say, oh, we have our dogs, and we kind of adopt all these dogs, and none of these dogs will accept his behavior concerns. But that's not the position that we're in. So if you're going to criticize us about euthanasia, give us a way to deal with what's coming in.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Thank you. Next, we have Joanne Mudge.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Marsh. I reside in Restaurant, like that. I totally support the city of Rochester in many, many ways. One of the ways that I do is at the shelter. And in one way, I've been a foster mom, and then I adopted a dog, NZ, in mid-January, signed the paperwork and said, okay, it will include neutering. And it's like, oh, this is great. And I know they work hard at the shelter. Absolutely, there's no doubt. What I see is the tip of the iceberg, because I'm a newbie to the shelter, so I see things. But some of my background gives me some insight. I was a Medicaid fraud and abuse auditor for New York State, and I was a nursing home administrator for 18 years. So I pretty much know what to look for. You're talking about residency, you're talking about healthcare, you're talking about staffing, public relations, and finance. The solutions, I can't give you many solutions because I don't know the fine details as many, many people to me know the details. I know they're overworked. That's obvious. I know they're dedicated. They're wonderful people. When I step in there, anything I can do to help them, I'm there to help them, not necessarily to visit. So, getting back to NC, I went through one heat session with her, and now we're going to go into a second heat session in June. And I'm starting to get a little bit concerned because I have been in contact with Lollipop Farm. They called me and Shelter called me. Thank you for your patience. And that's very nice, but what are we going to do here? And I understand that Lollipop Farm is undergoing major renovation. Now, the other is, I'm going to lump this together because they're dovetailed together, and that is donations, monetary or commodities, be it food or toys or cages, donations, present and future, and public relations. Desperately need public relations. I have to come forward and say, when I say that I got my little pit bull from the Rochester Grosvenor Street, people go, like this, they are, oh no, did you really? And I was innocent, I don't know where they were coming from. But it does not have a great presence in terms of public relations with the community. And I'm saying not only the city, but the community at large. Monroe County, we all support one another, period. And the question is, how effective is Verona Street in carrying out their mission? And I'm a donor, and the question I have in my mind is, do I or do I not support Verona? Because I get solicited from mom and pop firm all the time. Mailings, telephone calls. My husband recently passed away, I got a telephone call. Are you kidding me? From mom and pop farm. So that's another story. But in order to generate money.
Running out of time.
Pardon me?
You're running out of time.
Well, in order to generate money, I think if it hasn't been looked at, look at your metrics. How successful are you doing? Percentage of adoptions, neutering, percentage of adoptions returned, the average number of days dogs, cats stay in the shelter, and percentage dog euthanized due to overcrowding. Me as a donor, I want to know how effective your organization is before I commit. I want to, but I have other competing not-for-profits as well.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. That's really helpful. So next we have Beth Jorgensen.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a city resident. I am from the East District. I have volunteered at Rochester Animal Services for about 5 years. I'm currently a dog walker 2 mornings a week, and also I help out with the cat foster program. I want to quickly say before I get into my main ideas that I agree with the positive changes that have been suggested by virtually all of them. It's just going to take some more money and commitment from the city. And so that's kind of the bottom line. I think all the ideas were good, but I'm very anxious to see if the funding is going to come through. So I came here to speak to my experience at RES, and I have 2 messages. The first is that I'm very, very proud to be a volunteer at RES, and I can tell you why in a minute. Second, RES needs a stronger commitment by the city to fund our programs adequately in the present. Everything that's been said, Lisa Times mentioned, and also to plan ahead toward the creation, the building of a new shelter and the addition of new staff positions to better serve our human community and their animal companions. Things like training classes. I mean, there's so many things we could be doing if we had expert staff and room to do them. In spite of social media critiques and false accusations that RES is a high-kill shelter, which it is not by any stretch of the imagination, we have a live release rate of between 88 and 90%, which is very high for a municipal shelter because we cannot turn any animals away. Okay, so in spite of a lot of what you hear, and I know Lisa addressed that as well, and how demoralizing that is, to see some of the vitriol that is hurled at the shelter. The hundreds of hours that I spend there allow me to witness shelter staff and volunteers giving the best possible loving care to thousands of dogs and cats and the occasional rooster, chicken, turtle, hamster, guinea pig, rabbit, and ferret even. Before our new shelter director, Stacy Papadopoulos, was hired last summer, we experienced an extended period, an unreasonably extended period, without leadership, without professional permanent leadership at the shelter. Nevertheless, staff and volunteers did their work. They faced challenges together and kept the shelter going. The reality is the shelter is crowded. The building, notwithstanding recent upgrades that are mandated and kind of forced on us, is ancient and too small. This winter was harsh and unbelievably icy underfoot. Those paths and the sidewalks around the park where we take the animals were unbelievably icy and dangerous for taking the dogs out, although we did it every day. And there aren't even enough walkie-talkies for the volunteers who are walking dogs, which is a very, very important safety measure. Also, laundry piles up. It's somewhat under better control than it once was, but it still is can be a problem. Regardless, everyone strives not only to provide the basics, food, water, a clean kennel, daily play yard time, and walks for the dogs, and enrichment for the cats. This is not a hellhole for animals. But also, beyond those basics, shelter and shelter staff and volunteers really get to know the animals. They show them affection, and they determine how best to meet their needs. Many dogs and cats are able to stay safely at RES until they are adopted. Others who have special needs, or some of them who can't tolerate the shelter environment, it's just too stressful, go to foster homes or rescues. This is possible because people at the shelter pay close attention to behaviors and physical needs, and strive to find the best placement for each dog and cat. Basically, these animals are not simply warehoused. They are taken care of, and their individual needs are taken into account to the degree that is at all possible. Two more quick comments. We have not had a full-time shelter vet, and that has come up already before for many months, and we are short at least one vet tech. We probably could use more than a total of two. This is not ideal, but keep in mind, and I think everyone should keep in mind who comes down so hard at the shelter, that there is a nationwide shortage of vets and vet techs. Research done in 2024 showed that this shortage is much more severe for shelter vets because it takes a very special kind of person to be a shelter vet, especially in a municipal shelter. So this is a huge challenge, and it is not a challenge of our making or Rochester government's making or anyone who's here. A huge challenge for our ongoing search for a vet. And in the meantime, I have to say we are beyond grateful to Dr. Filiacci for her expertise and her work in the clinic. And she's there more days than she used to be. Spays and neuters are being done more quickly than they were for a while. And so everyone is putting in just a superhuman effort. Finally, the shelter needs more resources than the city provides. That's just the bottom line. Some increases in funding have been made available recently, as has been discussed, but I respectfully ask that the council and the mayor work to support RES much more strongly in the future, and that the dream, the goal of a new shelter building, not simply be put off as something that's impossible. It should be something we can figure out how to fund, how to raise the money for, where to put it, and to create something that the city can be proud of, that can be a safe and wonderful working environment for staff, volunteers.
Thank you so much. Ms. Jorgensen, Councilmember Smith has a question.
Oh, sorry. It wasn't any experts.
That's okay, you named some really good items, and I just wanted to know if you could prioritize three, what would it be?
Three what? 3 changes or 3?
Yes. Okay. Top 3. It could be a change. It could be. There you go. I see it about that. So
yeah. I mean, pie in the sky change is a new shelter, a new building. And I mean, that just has to be there. So, that is not like going to put it on roads, that just has to be there. I would like to see the low-cost spay-neuter program that we used to have for a long time. Phone calls to people who applied and help them get their appointment set up and do all of that paperwork. I don't know what happened to it. It was funded with some special fund, I think.
when was this?
Before the pandemic, or after the pandemic? It was a number of years ago. But people got a voucher. It was a voucher system. Then they could go to the animal up on Bay Street, the Rochester Community Animal Clinic, I think it's called.
So there were other vets that also.
And there were some other vets, right. But anyway, that voucher system got lots and lots of animals, dogs and cats, neutered at an affordable price. Like very, very affordable price. So that is very important. And then, staffing is an issue. the staffing is pretty minimal. The reliance on volunteers, volunteering is wonderful, and I wouldn't want to see the number of volunteers cut back. But in some ways, the shelter depends too much on volunteers. And so there are mornings when a couple volunteers maybe can't come in and walk, and we have 60 dogs and 2 or 3 people to walk them. And then staff, of course, they try to pick up the slack, but with staffing so tight and a few volunteers missing on a given day, you have a pretty untenable situation. So I think that staffing is really an issue.
Thank you so much. And it sounds like there's just an incredible group of people who are working there, doing superhuman things along with volunteers, and they need some support.
Yeah, and I mean, I know the most about the dog walkers at this point, but the attention that they pay to the dogs they walk, the feedback they can give staff on behavior, the things they watch out for and communicate, that this dog is obviously having this trouble because they're having to hurry on their walk or, whatever it is just remarkable. And it's volunteers and staff who are doing that under an incredible time pressure as well. So,
thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Paul Watkins. I'm a volunteer, actually married to Beth. We both volunteer at the shelter. She's a walker. I clean the dog kennels. Many of it, there's lots of us there, put hundreds of hours in each week and thousands of hours each year. You heard Lisa talk about the effect of social media and all the posts on the staff. I wanted to address what it means for the volunteers. Now, we're dedicated to ensuring all the dogs, cats, and other animals are cared for and have a clean, safe place to live. Walkers get there at 7 in the morning. My wife and I wake up at 6. We go, I clean the kennel, she walks the dog. Sometimes, last summer, when it was really, really hot out there, people would be there at 6 in the morning, which means getting with 5. We're all dedicated to make sure that all the cats, dogs, and all the animals are well cared for. At 7 o'clock, people are still there walking the dogs. I'm just saying that we all are dedicated to the dogs. We want to make sure that they have a safe place to live. Also, it should be clear. I mean, I know Lisa. I've been for 5 years, Lisa was a tech. We were sorry to see her go, but I know all of the staff there, Lisa, Allison, and they're all dedicated and they're all very much care for the animals. So the problem is that we would not be volunteering if the animals were mistreated, abused, and neglected the way they are portrayed. Whenever social media posts and representations were made about the shelter by people who are not there, the implication is that not only do the volunteers and the staff not care about the dogs, but we are actually abusing and neglecting them. This is not only demoralizing, but offensive. Now, for one thing, I go at 7 a.m. and I clean the kennels. I was an attorney for 40 years. I retired. I know how to cleaning dog poop. It was right up my alley. So anyway, you can post pictures, which has been done, of the feces and the urine there, and say this is an abuse of the animals, and it goes on all the time. It doesn't. I get there at 7 in the morning. I mean, the dogs poop and pee. There's no way around it. A lot of them come in. They're not housebroken. They need to be in the kennel. From 7 o'clock to 7 in the morning, they poop and pee. That's the way dogs are. So you go in and clean it up and make sure it's clean. And then during the day, if the dog poops or pees, people clean it up. To somehow say that because someone took a picture of poop and pee, and it means that animals are abused and live in it all the time, it's just not the case. And so I would just make sure that it really affects the volunteers. We volunteer our time. We don't have to do it. But and then it comes these social media posts about how the dogs are abused. There's something I saw just the other day, and I want to point it out. There's something called the Scoop, and someone forwarded it to me. Some online thing that someone wrote about the animals and how they're abused at the shelter. He called it a kill shelter. Something that really, really bothered me in it, and I don't know who the guy is. I don't know where he got the information from. but here's how he describes some things down there. He says that, this is a quote, "Folk who put kittens and puppies to death for money must always be encouraged to speak their truth." Somehow he's saying that volunteers aren't allowed to speak. And he's saying that we, volunteers of the staff, go in and put kids and puppies to death. I have the article here, and I can show it to you if you want. That's so offensive to me and everybody there that somehow we are putting animals to death and being paid for it. And the best part about this article, and I'll show it to you, is at the very end, he asked for money. He asked for money to go and continue to do something like this. So just what my point is that what has to happen, and Lisa said it, is we need to have a strong social media presence that counters things like that. Because how does it affect people? First of all, volunteers, we can talk, Maggie was up here, she can tell you. People call sometimes when they see things like that and say, what is going on? How am I volunteering at a place where this happens? It makes those of us who are there feel the same way too. It makes people who want to give money don't give money. So something has to be done. There's no communication director there now. I would urge the city to go ahead and do whatever they can to get a communication director and get a strong social media presence to stop all this negative publicity that just isn't true and is posted by people who have ulterior motives, fundraising, money, or whatever. They don't know what goes down there. We do. We're there. Something has to be done so that the social media atmosphere is negated, because otherwise it just causes volunteers to quit. Now, what Lisa was saying, she worked there, Allison with another vet tech, they work all day long, they come back, and they find all the social media blasting them. And, I talked to Alice the other day, she says, I can't believe that they think I sit here and euthanize these dogs all the time, and there's no problem. So anyway, that would be what I would say, is get a communication director who knows social media, can counter all these things, and put that online.
Or get Kelly House, or when we ask for transparency, which is a lack of transparency.
So everyone will have a chance to come.
Listen, I want to say another thing here. I am a volunteer there. I look over this audience, I see very few volunteers. You people here, I don't know who you are, some of the voices of people, you are the problem. All right? You are the problem.
So,
not put things on.
Mr. Watkins, so thank you for your testimony, and I definitely understand how emotional it is to feel like what you're doing is being misconstrued. So I want to acknowledge that, and thank you for your testimony. We have Nicole Richardson.
She had to leave to go pick up a new cat to our rescue.
And Pablo. Sorry, I can't read your last name.
Burgos. How you doing?
Hi, Carlos.
I just got the short one. My name is Paul Burgos. I'm a volunteer for Raw, and I live on Clinton and Ketchum. And every day that I walk and go to work on Sunday, I always see mad cats. Cats all over the streets. I be seeing them. Sometimes I pick them up myself in bags, put them in dumpsters and stuff. Dogs also. And it worries me because that's every day going on. That I see cats running everywhere on Clinton Avenue, crossing the street. People coming to my house like, I can't take care of my cat. Can you take care of my cat? So I'm a volunteer for the cats because I'm a cat lover. And, we need a lot of help in Rochester for these animals because they need help. They can't speak. We are the speakers for them. And I just beg y'all, I need your help with these cats and dogs out here because they dying out there. They dying. They stepping on them like and they keep on going. So, my concern, that's why I came here today to let y'all know that I'm an animal lover and I can't keep on seeing this every day. All right?
Thank you so much.
Raw
Yes,
recovery
ma'am.
always?
I do volunteer raw.
Yes, yes, there is certainly a concern regarding some of the pet owners and their inability to access
Yes,
care for their pets. So I really appreciate you showing up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Keith. Sorry, I can't read the handwriting. Someone, Keith?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
I'm brand new here. I'm from Saving All 9 Lives, brand new nonprofit. I haven't got my C3 status C4 community right now oriented, and my focus is on the cats, the feral cats and the friendly cats that are getting ear tipped and being put back out there with very little chance of survival because they're friendly and they've been neutered. They're ear tipped, so people think, oh, they're ear tipped, so they're feral, and they're not. They're not feral. They're friendly cats still. And if they've been in my rescue for, say, 6 or 8 weeks waiting to get vetted, they've grown accustomed to being around me, hearing my voice, my friendly nature. Those cats have a 75 to 90% mortality rate if they're put back out there ear tipped. This needs to be understood. If they're ear tipped, people are going to be like, well, they see the ears cut, they're feral. They're not all feral, they're friendly. I'm trying to get those cats into homes. I just started this. And last weekend I had 5 surrenders from people who could not afford to have their cats vetted. One was a domestic situation, domestic violence. It broke me up that she even had to leave her cats. And the only reason I took them in was because it was a temporary situation that another shelter won't do. Like, I'll foster this cat, while she gets her life together. It's not the cat's fault, that the owner has domestic problems, is struggling with rent or food. I'll put myself out there where other rescues won't. So maybe I'm learning the ins and outs of this. It's very intricate. I'm not good with the politics yet, but I'm working on it. Another thing, what Mr. Albert was hitting on now, I'm going from cats over to dogs. On Cinco de Mayo last year, I moved into Hazelwood Terrace in November of 2023. The dogs next door were a constant issue from the time I moved in. They were out there with no shelter, no food, no water, no bedding, nothing. If it wasn't for Suzanne Nugent and all of her people pulling together, those dogs would have had no food, no shelter, no water. And then I step out of my door on Cinco de Mayo, Sunday morning. Now, this is after continually calling and saying these dogs are over there with no food, no shelter, no water. They're in visible distress. When I'm noticing, I've called RAS. I went up there and I spoke with the officer at Lollipop. I sat down with him for about 45 minutes to an hour. He took the time to explain to me the rules that they have to go by when they go and they check out these situations. They have to be in visible distress. There has to be injuries. I mean, and by the time they get there, here's where my problem was. By the time they get to the house, the people had the dogs inside. And then when the officer leaves, they just let them right back out. So I walk out of my door on Cinco de Mayo. This is after continuously calling for the whole time, from November until May Okay, one of the dogs from next door got tangled up in the line with my dog. And then I'm trying to get down. It was an extremely traumatic experience because I was locked in between two dogs fighting with their chains intertwined. And I'm like, I actually had to sacrifice my thumb to pull the pit bull's jaws off of my leg. Because, there's a puppy and it locked. If it was a full grown dog, I would not have been able to pull its jaws off of my leg. I had to have my thumb reattached and I still had the injuries. And this only happened because they had 89 dogs over there. And I put videos on social media and next door, Facebook. Everybody's telling me, call Maria's, call them. Man, I've been calling them. By the time they get there, you can go over there and you can see it's a compound for trained dogs. Damn it, they had the things hanging from the trees to train the dogs to jump up and attack. I mean, and on the other side of the building, they had dogs over there where they couldn't even be seen for my perspective because they're trying to hide them from me because I'm the one calling. I mean, I would not have got hurt if something had been done a lot sooner. They had 9 dogs over there at one time, and 4 of them, they had the fences where, man, if I could draw you a diagram, you could look and see that it's clearly a compound for trained dogs for fighting. I mean, I have a degree in criminal justice, and I didn't even need that to look and see a compound for dog fighting, and nothing is ever done about it. And I can't sue them for anything because they don't even own the home. And insurance, I know I've gone over.
No, it's all good, it's all good. And solutions wise, to me, it's pretty clear, like when you call for help.
Something needs to be done about, the thing about the being invisible distress and that, I mean, if the dog is out there without food and without water and without shelter, something should be done right away. I mean, those dogs were mean, man. The chain was still on the dog when he came over the fence. He was incredibly mean, and they were making those dogs mean. So I'm calling for almost a year. They moved them across town.
Okay, so Raz would eventually intercess with the situation?
Well, yeah, after I got hurt and initiated my lawsuits and everything, then
And it should have
moved
never.
the entire compound. I mean, the dogs aren't there anymore, but they're somewhere else now. I'm sure they're still training those dogs, and there's money involved. And then with these rehoming fees, when they don't, I know that we're meant to discourage animal cruelty. We can't say, okay, we can't have no rehoming fees for these cats and dogs, but we do have to take into consideration these people are struggling. They might need a compassion animal or whatever, can't afford it. Let's make them affordable, where they can get them vetted for 30 or 40 bucks, and they can. I'll donate an adoptable cat for somebody that needs a companion. Thank you very much.
I need to ask, because if you're listed as somebody to speak online, and I don't know if that's a separate list.
So, some folks who signed up to speak online didn't show up, so we're using the physical copy. So if you haven't signed up to speak in person.
Can I sign up online? I need to.
Okay.
I didn't sign in on the list.
Okay, could you sign in on the, because we are, if folks want to speak, please.
Thank you very much.
Have this circulated. You can have others who haven't signed in sign. So currently we have 4 people on this list. But yes, please feel free to sign the physical copy and just bring it back. We are, it's getting late, so let's try to be a bit mindful of time. Anything that's not said, please email. We'll follow up, but we want to get through everyone who's here, everyone who's signed up, everyone will have a chance to speak. Next we have event sales.
Yes. Yes.
Hi.
Oh, shit.
Thank you for your time, Nancy, my name's Yvette Stiles, and I just started rescuing a couple years ago, but I want to tell you what I've seen regarding res, because I quite frankly have never seen anything like it in my life. So I wasn't planning.
One second, we're a Puppy Love Dog Rescue, 501c3, and we have pulled about 50 dogs from registered animal services.
We've actually pulled almost 130, because I had 47 in my house in the last 18 months.
Yeah. Puppy Love Dog Rescue, 501c3.
So, like I said, I apologize, I made some quick notes, but since I've become in rescue, I have witnessed myself, not in any of these group chats, I don't know what the social media they're talking about, but I have seen them stop working with over 14 rescues that have pulled hundreds of dogs from them. With that, I've also seen the dog euthanasia rate multiply by 75%. Many of those dogs, because there's not a behavioral assessor there, are being labeled as aggressive or aggressive towards dogs or kids and being put in a back room and not available for assessment and euthanized within 7 days.
What's the rate again?
I'm sorry, it's just shaking. You're looking at, for the dog rescue right now, you're looking at, can I keep talking and then go back? I'm sorry. So, which rate were you asking? I'm sorry.
The euthanasia rate?
The euthanasia rate was over 40 per week in 1 week, over a couple of weeks ago. I volunteered my dog, Nala, who's now almost 2 years old and has been created by Genesee Valley BOCES, where I work, animal training. And we brought her up and we assessed 8 dogs that were labeled aggressive that weren't and on the euthanasia rate. And when I got to that back room, I was asked to leave. I really didn't even know there was a back room. My rescue started with basically the one I have now. So by not having a spay and neuter clinic in our community, it makes Rochester one of the worst, and we're gonna get worse and worse every year with this problem. It's gonna multiply by hundreds, and we're gonna have more police officers shooting dogs. We're going to have these problems going because these people cannot afford vet care and our community is not helping them. So therefore the dogs aren't vaccinated, they're not neutered, they're not spayed, and they're not trained. With the rescues that were cut off from RAS, they were the training facility. They were the ones that were assessing. By not having them, I now have a dog named Annabelle at my house. I want you to know that a dog rescuer who got stage 4 cancer 4 years ago, lost his home, became homeless. About a month and a half ago, we were called by another rescue who saw a freezing dog and a homeless guy on 104. Jolie called me and said, oh my God, this dog's in bad shape. We have to help this guy. I didn't know what else to do once I saw a picture of the dog. If we had a movie screen right here, everyone would come together and agree that what happened here is terrible. He begged them, wrote them letters to help him for a $13 prednisone steroid. And 3 years later, she has a blood disorder infection that cost our rescue $700. That man, Joe Bianchi, gave me permission to speak and is at a homeless shelter right now. Lollipop Farm is holding 3 of his dogs. He has 23 days left. And Raz, again, will not help him. Spay, neuter, etc. So I have Annabelle, a 13-year-old dog in my house that we have taken care of, and we are trying our best, but we get calls every day because Raz is not even not being nice when they call. So I'm gonna move to my next story. I got a call that a mom and dog was in Raz and had 10 puppies 1 day old, okay? I go to pick up the dog through Bunny Love Rescue. When I'm there, I watched 4 people that found dogs in the city of Rochester bring them in. Soaking wet, they were poor. They just found the dog, they were upset. I watched some of them. So I literally was there picking up 10 puppies and a mom, okay? First time there picking up on behalf of a rescue. I didn't know what was going on. I watched this little old man bring this dog in that he found that had been set on probably fire, and they told him, we can't help you, we're full. He said, I've already been to Grease Animal Control, we can't help you, we're full, sorry. Then they made jokes about it. I went outside with my 10 puppies and 2 pit bulls, and put those other 3 dogs in my car. Called Jolene and said, I'm really sorry, Jolene, but we now have 14. It's not, but she was beside herself. Hi, welcome to my world. So with me fostering Annabelle right now, 4 more calls of people just begging. They cannot afford the vet care. A steroid is $13. A neuter costs a vet right now $160. Regular vets are charging $880. There is no we have a list of vets that do them. We have 1 in Dansville and 1 in Rochester, not affiliated with Rochester Animal Services, that does these spays for $200. The people that are low income can afford parts of that. But without it, they cannot do it. An underdale dog becomes hormonal. Now we have bites. Now we have dogs getting shot. And then, let me just keep going.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
So on 10-3, I worked with the Voices of Verona. I got an email, because we're all on an email list that RAS sends out to all the rescues. There's a puppy there that had her rectum hanging out. So seen by the vet, taken in on 10-3, seen by the vet, not Dr. Brackus, but the vet that comes occasionally, their contract vet that gets doorbell on 10-4. The dog then sat there 5 days with its rectum hanging out before somebody picked it up. And the vet notes from the vet that saw it, the contract vet, said this dog needs urgent care, emergent care. 5 days it sat there. We picked it up. I had to have a procedure done twice. It cost the rescue twice as much money as it should have, because it could have been easily fixed if it hadn't been hanging out for 5 days.
So this is my solutions, and I hear a lot of people saying stuff, but you can't have a shelter without a vet.
You can't.
First off, you can't run a shelter on the minimum vet tax. We can't have a city like Rochester, as beautiful, and by the way, I'm a teacher, okay, at Bose's. I just want to throw that out there, because my kids come to me every day, and their parents can't afford the shots, and there's nowhere to go. And you know what? Sometimes I send them to Buffalo, and that is so embarrassing. It's embarrassing that I have to send my kids and their parents to Buffalo to save their dog. We need a program for vetting our homeless and our low-income people. I cannot tell you enough. When I dropped Joe off last Saturday crying, and I had his dog in the back, 5 other people sitting in that shelter came out, and they were so upset. Anybody who has a dog knows that helps mental health. That helps a lot of the issues in there. They're not allowed to bring their dogs. What are we supposed to do? They went to Rochester Animal Services, they were turned away. He went to Lollipop Park crying and begging for help with his sister, who works at Strong, and they put him on a wait list to bring the dog back 90 days later. Right now, there is about probably 100 dogs that people need help with or want to surrender, and they are only open from 12 to 4. What kind of place only does 12 to 4? Who can get to the shelter to even rescue a dog or adopt a dog between 12 and 4? I mean, like, whoever made those hours right away doesn't want to have the dogs, because we need hours from 3 to 7.
And that's one of the suggestions we haven't heard yet tonight, so that's a really.
So I looked and I saw the hours and I saw the availability, and then I decided to apply again to be a foster, which I applied 14 times with no callback. I even applied to volunteer, and I showed up there one day to clean crates with my daughter and her 3 friends, and I was told that I can't unless I get approved and I have to be on a list. I was not alone. They sent 3 of us away. That is animal neglect. They shouldn't be working there like that. And the way they laugh at those poor, older, low-income people that they turned away those dogs that night, those puppies I had in my car all could have died, because those puppies weren't vaccinated, the dogs that I pulled and went home. So if I wasn't with any of these rescues, I wouldn't have been able to help it. Lastly, transparency is not a bad thing. Everybody in here is all mad about these things. That I'm not in these group chats. I just want you to know that when there's a picture out and they all get mad that this dog is in the back, okay, not in hiding, but in the back because it's not adoptable, and someone finds out that the dog's been sitting there for 3 days without vet care, or 4 days crying and howling, somebody should be ashamed. Somebody should be ashamed. And they just started charging rescues $50 to help them take a dog. They just started charging us to take the dogs right now. Okay? $50. I don't care why. They're saying, well, if it's Spain, we are paying thousands of dollars in raising this. This is our community too. This is our community. I have many friends in the police force, and you know what they say? They say they can't help. They say they can't help. There's no animal control officer on. One animal control officer for all of Monroe County on one shift at a shelter that closes at 4 p.m. I mean, like, I can't believe it. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm from West Virginia, and they do a better job with their dogs there, and that's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So I'm sorry to be so abrupt. I'm passionate, and I cry whenever, but I'm going to go home tonight and take care of this skin conditioned dog for this homeless guy, Joe, who is the sweetest, most kind guy, and has helped 100 people. Picked up 4 cats the other night on his way back to the shelter, went to Raz to try to get him help, and he was turned away. So we had to leave the cats outside.
No, bring me.
Which shelter is he?
Bring me the cats.
Mercy, it's
House of Mercy.
House of Hearts.
House of Hearts.
House
of Mercy.
House of Mercy. His name is Joe Bianchi, and he has no shame. He's trying to he went back to work this week, and Lollipop has him on a deadline right now for his other dogs that are there of 2 more weeks. He's not going to get 2 more weeks because the first 2 weeks he got to the shelter, they gave him 44 places to go on a bus to get signatures and not go to work. So 2 whole weeks of the deadline on the dogs, he had to go get a sign off from an apartment to say he was there for an apartment that's not even available. Now that's a whole other issue, but
It's
the
all
dogs,
interconnected.
yes.
It's a systemic issue.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing your testimony. And Kathy Simonelli.
I would just be repeating about the vet.
We have last name.
I have one more suggestion.
Wait, could you send that to us in writing?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Keith. Last name Meyer?
Yep.
D.B. Meyer?
I would just like everybody to know that this is the famous Nancy B. Meyer that has over 25,000 animals since the 60s and still does
Thank you for loving animals. I can tell you get the spirit. I've been 70 years animal rescue, and my mother, she had a puppy mill, and they're worse than you can imagine. Now, I used to be, I'm not going to be that long, I used to be on television with Ray Nairmore, who started up Lollipop Farm, because he hated the Humane Society. So I used to be on television with him every Saturday. And then it was, I found out that a lot of people think that Lollipop Farm is not a Humane Society, separate entity. So I'd like you to read something. This was a few years ago. There was a kitten that was thrown against a cement wall, a little kitten. So what happened is the kitten ended up dying. It was in the hospital for a few weeks. And then there was Mr. Lightfoot. I think he started the group. And it was, the law was going to be 10 years. You could not own an animal if you abuse an animal. Everybody got up there and spoke, except the Humane Society. Now, they were just given $10 million a few months ago. They all signed it. Now, person a little while ago said, well, why doesn't the Humane Society help us out? Well, I'll tell you why. They don't want competition. When I found out, when I got this list of rules, I'm not going to do that long, really. Reason why these animals are murdered, sick or injured, puppies or kittens under 8 weeks of age,
Hold on, I just wanna clarify, this is what the criteria is to euthanize a dog
was-
at Lollipop Farm,
Yeah, I was
okay?
gonna tell him afterwards, I was gonna, but this is what they were killing, okay? Killing or attacking another animal, any animal on medication, any animal has bitten or has been accused of biting, aggressive in general, any female in season, any animal who is pregnant, any animal still carrying milk for the young, any animal, her condition, underweight, skin problems, tumors, badly matted coats. I went out of my mind. So I called up Ron Storm, Humane Society. I said, I want to help. I have 100% adoption rate. And how I adopt them out, you're not getting a dog, you're not adopting a cat, a pig, a horse, whatever. You're saving a life. You are saving a life. I called up the Humane Society. I said, I'd like to help. I have this has been my whole life. We don't need your help, Miss Meyer. I said, all these animals are getting killed, and I figured it out. For every 200,000 people, there was an animal that could be adopted. There was no need whatsoever for these animals to get murdered. So, okay, you'll say you followed the money. They got money from the county, the state, the city, private donations, corporations. When I exposed them, every TV station was there, radio, newspaper, they tried to sue me for $5 million for exposing them. I said, I'm going to expose you till eternity. These are poor little helpless angels. The Lord above, you think you're so hot and killing? Try to create one. Like I said, they don't want competition. They do not want competition. So they have to get off their high horse. And another thing too, I've traveled many parts of the world, Australia, all of Europe. You abuse an animal, it's like child abuse, plain and simple. I really like this attorney. I think everybody has phenomenal ideas, phenomenal. And so, God bless you. I can tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We have people signed up, Mike Lord.
It's a long night. Let's go. Okay. Hello. Two council members, my favorite ones. How you doing? You guys all know me, Michael Lord, representing Voiceless of Verona Street. I'd like to thank our council members, Kim Smith, Stanley Martin, Mayor Lupien, for hosting this event so all of us can talk here today about our concerns with RAS. I was going to set a 3-minute timer. I'll try to keep it to that, I promise. I've got a lot to say though. It's important for our council members to hear from the public because frankly, after speaking here for almost 5 years, I don't have much more patience for the lies we are being told by the current shelter's administration, Commissioner Shirley Green, Shelter Director Stacy Papadopoulos, and ultimately, Mayor Malik Evans. And speaking of the mayor, I'll start tonight by referring to the article the gentleman in the back mentioned. I'm going to mention the same article, but he went a little far. I'm going to bring a couple questions. The article is entitled 13 Ignored Questions from Malik Evans, Rochester Animal Services, published online by Brad Aaron of The Scoop on April 4th. According to Aaron, our mayor still doesn't want to talk about what's going on at RAS. Here's just a sample of questions from the article. Did RAS fire its community outreach coordinator? And if true, who currently handles those duties? Shirley Green fired him, and he was not given a reason after he had a good review from Stacy. Explain that to us. We need public relations. That was the guy to do it, and they got rid of him. Did Raz, Green, and Evans ban or threaten to ban volunteers who raise concerns about how animals are treated at Raz? Anyone got anything to say about that?
Yeah.
Let's hear it. Yeah. Why Raz? Okay, from the article that went a little far with some topics, but justifiably asks, why Raz has no veterinarian on staff for close to a year, and if so, how does City Hall explain leaving such an important position unstaffed? Please, anyone, an answer. And because Aaron got, no, I'm not going to mention that for that. about dogs being killed. I don't want to go there. Aaron got no answers on any questions. This is a sad fact that makes it harder for Evans, Green, and Papadopoulos to blow off our questions. I say if there's nothing to hide, answer the damn questions. Yeah. So let's hear it from the public. You can tell the mayor with your vote. Now next, I would like to present the most recent tax return from the Friends of Verona Street Animal Shelter. This is from 2021, the most recent one available to the public. And I read to you from this statement. Assets in 2021, $640,960. While we have no vet, no spay or neuter, and a constant list of basic needs. Peanut butter, water, newspapers, toilet paper. Please, public, send it to us. Why is there $640,000 sitting in a bank account when we don't have a vet? I want an answer. You want an answer? And one more thing. I bet this crowd does not even know that monetary donations raised by RAS at fundraisers meant to assist the animals actually go towards paying employee salaries. Yes, Shirley Green told that to us in person. Donations made to RAS go towards paying shelter employee salaries. It doesn't go to help the animals. In fact, think twice about your next donation. So I'm sure you heard our mayor just allocated $2.6 million to the shelter. What a great photo op, just in time for election season. Yeah. You know what I say, that money's 20 years too late. Plus, he was pressured to meet the new state shelter regulations going into effect later this year. So let's just see how the staff and the animals benefit from that $2.6 million. Let's just see when they benefit. Once again, you can tell our mayor what you think with your vote. Thank you.
Michael, I do have a quick follow-up question.
I'm more than happy to answer anything.
Yes, you've been coming to council for several years, so I also do understand your frustration, especially around things like not having a vet.
When there's money available.
Right, and I think the issue around the vet is multifaceted, right? Like, money, of course, I also think the salary should be significantly increased, but also recruitment is an issue.
Yes.
So it's multifaceted. So for voiceless, you love animals, true animal advocates, how will you know that you have been successful in your mission to advocate for animals in our city?
I think the lawyer who began the evening said it best, that the system is broken. I don't know how much money it's going to take to fix the system. It doesn't always work that way. Money doesn't always fix the system. We have, like he said, you build a stadium, it doesn't make better football. So I don't know if I have that answer, but if the administration does not make significant basic changes to how they function, how they treat their employees, how they treat the volunteers, how they promote themselves, how they have a social media presence, how they don't fire good people, maybe then I'll have a better attitude. If those things happen with the current administration, and if they're not up for that job, then the administration should be changed. That's when I will feel successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maggie Kane up next, followed by Lori Pepe.
Actually, I'm only going to speak for about less than 2 minutes because there's actually there's a couple people here who haven't spoken before, and I don't know if they got their names on that list. And you have heard me for the last 4 years as Voices of Verona Street. And I just want to make a comment. I want to thank people who come here. Thank you for arranging this. And I guess what I want you to know is we're not going to be placated with $2.6 million. I mean, I just find it ironic that this series of being
probably more vehicles and a dog park. I think they have a bunch of vehicles sitting in their parking lot to go pick up dogs, and from what I see on social media, they don't pick up as many as people call and need picked up. So I don't think they need more vehicles. They certainly do not need to spend any of this 2.6 million on a dog park.
No.
What we do need is a spay and neuter program, a full-time vet techs, help people who can't afford spay and neuter, our homeless people, our low-income people, and just people in general cannot afford $800. The other thing is that I've heard, I don't know if this is fact, but they're not letting people who adopted dogs take them until they're spayed and neutered. And if they only have a vet who's there once a week, those dogs sit in the kennels for 2 or 3 weeks to get spayed or neutered because they got a vet come in once a week. So they're taking up space for the 5 dogs that come in every day. So there's a problem there. It's that they got to get a vet. And now Shirley Green or whoever said that they had 4 on-call vets. Why isn't there one on-call vet there every day doing vet work? Getting from mom and pop or other veterinary places. Why isn't one on-call vet there every single day, spay and neutering, getting them adopted, having kennels available to bring in more? It's just poorly run over there. And they treat their volunteers not very well. People quit and people get fired for speaking up on social media or whatever, and it's just not good. So you guys are our only hope, because Michael, Maggie, me, we've been coming here and they don't care. So you are our only hope, Stanley. You guys are, okay?
We are all in this together. You all, so many people who've spoken here, in fact, everyone shares a common love for animals. And that is such a unifying thing that we can organize together and make changes together. Like, we're all in this together, and thank you, Lori, and also thank you everyone who spoke. We're in this together. We're all the hope. So we have 2 more people. 2 more people who want to come up and speak. Come up, introduce yourself, and share your thoughts and propose solutions.
Okay, my name is Jill. I am a former volunteer at RAS. I volunteered there for 5 years, from September 2014 to March 2020, when they closed for COVID. I worked strictly with the cats when I was there. I had not gone back because when RAS reopened, the director there, that was Chris Fitzgerald, implemented the HAS program, part of which basically meant that cats were no longer welcome in the shelter unless it was an emergency case. So instead, people looking to surrender a cat or bring in a stray were told to call a rescue group or to just put the cat outside where it would do just fine. Okay, and that myth perpetrated on the people was that these abandoned cats would somehow transform into so-called community cats and be lovingly cared for by community members. Well, fast forward 5 years to where things stand now. Our city is completely overpopulated with stray and abandoned cats. They suffer out there and they die. Disease, malnutrition, dehydration, cruelty, hit by car, whatever. And rescue groups are taking up all the work on this. They're finding cats with broken bones, pellets from pellet guns, all other kind of wounds, disease. And these groups are operating strictly on donations. And every one of them is overwhelmed with calls for help from city residents. Their foster homes are full. There's waiting lists. On April 1st, I visited Rochester Animal Services to see what they were doing to help these city cats. I entered the cat adoption room and found no cats available for adoption in their room. There were maybe 4 kittens in cages with signs that they'd been adopted. Everything else was empty. There were 2 cats on the website. They weren't in their cages. I don't know where they were. 2 cages were empty. In a city with thousands of homeless cats roaming the streets, it is completely unacceptable. It's obvious that they're still turning cats away. They must be getting calls for help if all these rescue groups are getting calls for help. And they're turning them away, I think, even though there's plenty of room and resources to care for them. And as a city taxpayer, I own a home, pay taxes in this city, and I spend some of my own money to feed some of these cats outside. And I demand that Rochester Animal Services, which is funded by our tax dollars, start admitting and caring for these cats, trying to find homes for them. The current director obviously cares more about how the statistics look at the shelter than she does about the animals. The cats are in crisis and they need help. And if Ms. Papadopoulos can't find it in her heart to do that, she should be replaced with someone who will.
My name's Sandy Odell. I'm
Can you please repeat your name?
Sandy Odell. I'm just a regular person off the street, but I do try and help any feral cats, as they call them, and such as feeding. In the winter, we try to put houses out for them to be warm. I also have had to call animal services to come and get dogs that have showed up or whatnot. And recently, maybe 3 weeks ago, I seen a dog. I live near a park, so therefore, I seen the dog. I was like, oh, well, maybe he just got loose. He'll go home. Well, 4 days later, he came back again after seeing him for 4 days. So I finally got him to come to me, and I called at 5:06 in the evening, expecting someone to come out. We have dogs inside of our house, my in-laws downstairs and us. So we could not take them in immediately into the house. It was cold out. I sat on the porch with him for 2.5 hours. 2 officers finally showed up, normal officers, RPD, to tell me that nobody comes out after 5 o'clock. Unless an animal is dead or something like that. For a pound animal, they will not come out. Number 1. Number 2, why are the 911 officers or people, whoever they are, letting people know that? I talk to many people, nobody knows that they don't come out after 5 o'clock. And we did decide to put a cage up and keep that dog until morning. I got a call from an animal control person that was coming out. She was rude, very inhumane, told me to leave the dog next time, and dogs will go home. Obviously, I feel this dog was dropped off or abandoned. He did not go home. I waited days to see if he would go home. And this lady literally made me cry on the phone because she said I should have just left the dog alone or let it go. Did I want her to come get it because one of the other dogs down at the shelter would be put down because this dog was being brought in? When she came to get him, she was inhumane about it and not nice about, I mean, if you're gonna work with animals, I understand. It's hard to see the abuse or stuff like that, and I realize there have to be a certain amount of hardness, but that's just inhumane. I mean, she can't give the dog, if you talk nicely to him, you could see, I told her that. I mean, you just tell him he's a good boy, he'll follow you. You don't have to be stern and mean and just, I realize there's different animals in different situations, but when they're that hard, it makes people on the street not want to help. Because we get attitudes like that, and then we hear things like these shelters and what's going on, and it makes us not want to help. And they're right, it's a community thing, everybody's got to help. But it's got to be out there, like, I hate to say, customer service has to be better.
Very okay. Thank you.
Sarah,
I have one more question.
Yes.
Can you guarantee us or try to guarantee us that they're not gonna spend any of this 2.6 on a dog park? Do you guys have any influence to make that be a reality, that they don't spend any of that money, 200,000, 300,000 to create a dog park, when there's dogs dying every day?
So that decision will likely come before council. The mayor will put it forward to council, and council will ultimately vote it up or down. As you know, it takes a majority, which is 5 out of 9, to make any decision. So I would be dishonest with you if I made that guarantee, knowing it's not entirely in my control. However, I'm an organizer, Councilmember Smith is an organizer. We believe that anything is possible through being organized, through community power, and working together to make whatever you want happen.
You can see, anybody that was here tonight is not in favor of spending any of that money for a dog park when they need vets and, you know, everything else. It's just frivolous spending.
These are the experts.
Absolutely. I did not hear, and I'll go back and watch the videos because our goal is to summarize all of these and share it with the mayor, but I don't immediately recall explicit support for that.
Suppose we got a petition going.
So let me make sure, we have security here who's been here all night. Let me make sure there's no one else who wants to speak, and then we can end and we can have more conversation offline. Is that okay?
Thank you. Anybody has a question?
Yes, let me wrap up the hearing and we can talk offline. We want to honor our staff and everyone else who's been here. So first of all, thank you all so much for coming. Give yourself a round of applause. The turnout was incredible and the feedback has been really incredible. I can tell a lot of you have been thinking about this for several years. This is something that's hard work, it's meaningful, and I'm committed, Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Lupien, and I'm sure some of my other colleagues would love to help and review a lot of what you said. So we'll be putting it together, putting out a report, and we'll be in touch with all of you. So thank you, and this hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you.